Did I tell you that the B103 people went to their psychic about my face?
Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
Yeah. But they also said that it was a trip and what have you, and the only thing that you've done in your life that possibly, I mean, what, it couldn't have been, your face was bothering you before you went to the concert with your kid, right?
Yep.
Look at Feeney within 30 seconds. That is like...
It's like stepping on a bug, Feeney.
That is...
You killed it.
Olympic speed. Man, that might be the fastest of all time. I mean, Paul took 45 seconds, and normally that's a gold medal. And, man, look at this. 3 in less than a minute. People are bringing it on a hump day. Morning, Adam. Whew.
So I've got the Eventbrite stuff done. I'm waiting for Jay, who works with Gentry, to get it up on our webpage.
Okay.
I mean, we have the ability to tweet it out today, but I would rather have the ad up on the webpage
so that people could sign up.
Right. I mean, they could sign up via, Twitter. I mean, if we sent the link out, it's got a link to go right to it, but.
Look at this. Coffin ball, Albar. Where have you been? How's life? Yo. By the way, Ambient Bo Nix with the second team right now. Just, get ready. Thank you, Benny. Benny, where are you?
Are you back home or are you on an island?
You still Tahiti, Istanbul? I know nothing. Nothing. Gotcha. No, I hear you, Albar. We're just checking in, just making sure you're okay. Morning, AJC. AJC seems like a handshake guy when you're saying good morning, Mark and David. You seem like you'd be a double handshake guy.
Yeah, he has, Paul. KW's been missing for a while. That always makes me nervous with you guys. Almost as nervous as 6:01 makes me to make sure the damn computer starts. All right. For Trent, 20 seconds. By the way, I went through that whole day, the double thumbs up day. Every line I was in, I was thinking it in my head, so it did make me smile.
Oh, that's great.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this final day of July. Do you have the fever? How the heck are you? Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Hope your week is going well as we get over the hump together. Top of the morning to you, Mark. How are you?
I'm doing great. Good day yesterday as we are heading towards August, and that means football, David.
Yes, it does, Mark. Yes, it does. Glorious day yesterday. And you know why, Mark?
Women's gymnastics?
Absolutely. No question about it. Yep. No, Mark, there was a trade deadline yesterday, and my life stops. As you know it, my life stops when there's a trade deadline. A draft, a trade deadline. I'm useless to Western civilization when those things happen.
Well, let's get to the trade deadline. In all seriousness, the Dodgers made, a couple of moves that were expected. I don't think the Yankees made enough or did enough. What was your overall thoughts on yesterday's trade deadline?
Well, first off, I feel like we were a solid sports talk show yesterday. First off, we had a couple of guests talking about baseball and the upcoming trade deadline. Secondly, we took in all the information and we told you that the two big players were going to be the Dodgers and the Padres. And guess what? They were. Orioles did more than they've ever done before. Yankees continue to do less. Back to you, Mark, in the studio.
So I'm waiting for a Brian Cashman rant to come out of your mouth because it was put up or shut up time for the Yankees, and they did not do what was needed by most people's estimation.
Probably not. I mean, the Orioles got rid of a third of their roster yesterday. And the Orioles upgraded. They upgraded their starting rotation. They upgraded their bullpen. They didn't give up their top prospects, but they gave up a solid amount of the depth of their organization. The Orioles are in. Now, Cashman's biggest deal was made 3 days before the deadline, and Jazz Chisholm has been the best player in baseball for the last 3 days.
Including another 2-home run night last night. So, as the Yankees beat the Phillies, much to do with the bat of Jazz Chisholm.
I mean, they're 4-0 since they acquired Chisholm, 3-0 with him in the lineup. So right now, Yankees on a bit of an upswing. Good for them. Did they do enough? Rotation, Yankees or Orioles? Edge Orioles. Bullpen, Yankees or Orioles? That one's a question mark because when the Yankees bullpen has been at its best, it's better than the Orioles bullpen now. Problem is the Yankees bullpen's at a wall, hasn't been at its best really since July 1st. And we don't know if they're going to go back to how they pitched in the first half of the year. Lineup, Edge Orioles. Yankees have the two stars, but the Orioles lineup is significantly deeper. So, right now, Yankees, Orioles, you would have to say Edge Orioles, but that's on paper. What do we got? 55 or so games left? A third of the season? All right, let's have at it, boys. I mean, Mark, this is basically like two teams both being 8-3 in the division in the NFL. And then turn around, you look at the one and you go, man, I just think the one's better than the other. And you go, yeah, I don't tell you, they got the same record. And I mean, with Judge and Soto, isn't that like having a star quarterback and a number one wide receiver? And it's kind of like, but all those guys are is Mahomes and Kelsey. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. They're pretty good.
It's interesting. You went Mahomes, Kelsey. I was actually thinking the Dolphins. That when they're on, man, are they good? But if they don't have their two best players playing like the two best players, they turn into a really average team really quickly.
So, You know, if I'm a Yankees fan, the one thing I would have to just keep saying is, how come the Dodgers continuously make moves? They seem to have an never-ending organization. We're spending 300 million, they're spending 300 million. We're both playing by the same set of rules. Now, they have more money than us because they're owned by a conglomerate and we're owned by the Steinbrenner family, but we're spending about the same amount of money. How come they seem to always have so much more and can acquire so much more than us? That, I think, is a very fair question to ask. But let me tell you, the Marlins conducted damn near a fire sale. Wow. Wow. It's one thing for yahoos like Miller and Moulton to say, well, they could trade their whole bullpen. I mean, literally, all 6 guys they could trade. And they've got a couple young starters. They've even got a Josh Bell and a De La Cruz that, people might want in the lineup. I mean, yeah, if the Marlins really wanted to, they could trade like 10 guys. Well, they damn near did.
And we're able to get good prospects, guys that are supposed to be major leaguers soon. They got a good prospect from the Yankees. They got a good prospect from the Orioles. They got 3 good prospects from the Padres.
With 3 hours left in the trade deadline and the Marlins still had 3 more deals to make, most people who covered the sport said, well, I'll tell you right now, the Marlins have won the deadline. Oh, okay. Now, here's the problem. This is like acquiring them draft picks. This is like the Sixers in the process. Man, this sounds good. We ain't going to see results till 26, 27. Rays are making deals and people are talking about, well, they're going to be a really good team when they open the stadium. That's the next Olympic year. It's a long time. But there you have it. So the deadline's come and gone. Now, for most of you, the sport gets boring again. It's like, oh, well, back to just games. Bunch of homers and strikeouts.
I think for most of us, the game was already there. We don't take in the deadline the way you do.
I know.
Because of what you just described. The Marlins won the trade deadline, and it should really pay off in the 2026-2027 season.
Hopefully.
If everything works out right. The Rays, also a big winner at the deadline, should pay off when they open their new ballpark.
I think it'll open up before then, but that's what people were saying. You go, well, they'll be really good when they open that ballpark. Yeah, it's a while from now. Hell, that shovel ain't going to the ground for like 8 more months. I mean, that's the other thing. Why is it going to take 8 more months to put a shovel in the ground? We already got the plans. Everything's been approved. I mean, why can't they start Monday? What am I missing? I mean, what? If people on vacation, we got to wait till they get back in town for the photo op? Okay, a week from Monday? I mean,
how long have you lived in Florida? A plan got done and you want to shovel in the ground the next day. What world do you live in?
Well,
no. I want you today to go take a leisurely drive wherever the hell you want to take your leisurely drive to, and please go through a construction zone and wonder why that's not done yet.
I'm not wondering once it starts why it takes so long to finish. I'm wondering, since the plans have been approved and the financing has been approved, why we have to wait 8 months for the shovels to go into the ground. That just seems like a long time. If you want to wait a few more months because it's really hot right now and you're thinking of the workers and you don't necessarily want them to start in July, August, and you want to wait till, I don't know, after Columbus Day, okay, fine. But come on, why can't we get the shovels in the ground in November? Oh, let's go. Come on. Why do we have to wait till February, March? Why? Besides, those are great construction months. November, December, January, February. No rain, cool temperatures. I mean, come on, let's go. Let's move this sucker along. Then you guys can work slower. Take a few more days off in the dead of summer. We won't care. That's all I'm asking. I mean, it took 15 years to get the highways in through the Orlando area done. I get it. That's the reason why I want to start early. Come on, let's go.
I do think there's more paperwork and logistics that will need to be done before we start this. We just did get this approved yesterday.
Plans have been out for months. I mean, come on.
Plans are
Let's
plans,
go.
David.
Let's go. It shouldn't take 8 more months to get a shovel in the ground. 8 more months for a photo op? Come on. Let's call everybody around, find out their schedules. It's got to be a day in August. We can get together for the photo op. Let's go. Time's a wasting. Miller and Moulton. By the way, we're going to have a question of the day. It's not going to be a poll question, but I am going to throw a question of the day out at you and everyone else that I think is going to completely derail the show.
Love it already. Love the concept. Love the idea. I'm upset it's not a poll question because this is the first day this week we haven't had a poll question to start the show.
Well, during the commercial break, I will lay the question on you, and then we will decide if, in fact, that will be our poll question. All right? That's all. You know, sometimes you're shooting the bull with a friend, and a topic comes up. And I don't know if it happens to you, Mark. Happens to me all the time, which I think to myself, that'd be something good to bring up on the show. So that's what I'm going to do.
Thanks, Shaggy.
And see whether or not, you know, everybody likes it, or whether or not we go back to talking construction projects. I mean, you know, one or the other. I mean, we got the starting 5, and then we'll end it with the good, bad, and ugly. We got a couple guests. I mean, if the question doesn't go over well, we got plenty to talk about. Hey, I don't know if you're aware, Mark, the Olympics are going on.
I am aware.
It's because your household has the fever, and apparently your household is not alone. People have the fever. Miller and Moulton fever. Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Todd, have you noticed every jewelry store in town sounds like a broken record?
I do. We're all saying and claiming the same thing. Largest selection, lowest prices, non-commissioned sales team. It's the same tune over and over.
Exactly. It's just noise.
Jason and I aren't all talk. We walk the walk, brokering diamonds directly, giving you the best value on GIA certified diamonds.
That's right. We're not just selling jewelry. We're living and breathing it. It's our passion, and we're for real, not hired voices on the radio reading scripts.
Come explore our collection of GIA certified diamonds and diamond jewelry with our curated assortment of rare and exotic gemstones. Also, we're excited about our previously enjoyed Rolex timepieces, as well as our large estate jewelry collection.
Skip the noise and come feel the difference with your go-to guys for diamonds. Todd and I look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network. All right, what's the question?
So, going forward in college football, what's more important? Beating your arch rival or making the playoff?
Oh, I love it.
And we could even take it further with unbalanced scheduling. Do you need to play your rival every year?
I like it. Going forward in college football, what is more important, beating your rival or making the playoff? Whole questions up. Look at this.
Apparently, some swimmer from Great Britain just got DQ'd.
Yes. Johnny, don't know if you saw my post. Did you get my email yesterday, my man? I want to make sure I wrote your email address down right and that I got you the package.
Lisa Loeb had her guitar stolen. She took to X to say, hey, I need your help.
Wow, that's a tough question. Because for a school like me, I don't know how much they're going to make the playoff. Beating the rivals, that's a great question, David.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
21 minutes past the hour. Thanks so much for being with us on this hump day, the final day of July. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. How about these magic numbers for you? 1, there's a football game tomorrow. I mean, nobody's going to play in it, but they're going to televise it and everything. Texans and the Bears tomorrow night. They call it the Hall of Fame game. They really should call it a what it is. Just I don't know, a bandoozle or whatever. 24 days away, 3 weeks Saturday. College football season, week 0. 4 weeks Saturday, 31 days away, week 1 of the college football season. Everybody playing. And 5 weeks tomorrow, man. Ravens, Chiefs. 36 is the NFL magic number for when their season kicks off. So 1, 24, 31, 36 are the magic numbers. How about that? So I got a question / dilemma. Been listening to a lot of people discuss Ohio State. You know, we told you Matt Leinert's playoff predictions for the season. He has Ohio State beating Georgia for the Natty. Okay. I mean, they met 2 years ago in the semis, played a hell of a game, ended up basically being the Natty since Georgia beat TCU by 147 points a week later. So everybody's talking about, got to beat Michigan. He'll lose his job if he doesn't beat Michigan. And of course, you could go, now hold on a second. What if he wins the Natty, but he loses to Michigan? I mean, come on, he's not going to lose his job. Which then gets us to, okay, what's more important? And being serious. Take the Natty out of the equation. Let's just make it a simple, an Ohio State fan, a Bama fan, a Texas fan. But you can also extrapolate it all the way down the line because a lot of teams, Mark, think that they can contend for the playoffs. Not for the Natty, but for the playoffs. I mean, if you're a top team in the Big 12, I mean, Oklahoma State fans aren't thinking about winning the Natty, but they are thinking about winning the Big 12 and getting in the playoffs. They know deep down they don't have enough. They'd love to make the playoffs and win a game. That would be awesome. That's a terrific season. But let me give you the either-or scenario. What's more important going forward? And I think it's an important question to answer. To the college football fan, not the pro fan, the college football fan, Mark, what is more important going forward? Beating the team you circle on the schedule every year. That's the game. Or making the playoffs.
It's a great question. It's a phenomenal question. I'll start with your Oklahoma State thing. I don't know if they can ever answer it because they don't play their rival anymore. So making the playoff for an Oklahoma State fan would be more important because they don't play Oklahoma.
Right.
And I don't know if there'll ever be a game on their schedule, David, that will be in the area code of importance of what Oklahoma State was. So every school and every fan base is going to have a different answer to this. And I look at it from my alma mater, Michigan State. And when you were describing Oklahoma State, I was thinking, wow, this is us.
Yeah.
In a great year, we can make the playoff. If everything goes right 3 years from now and the schedule's right, and there's a chance that we could make a playoff.
But
what's more important?
Right. At the beginning of the season, I can give you 7-5, but you beat Michigan. Or I can give you 9-3/10-2, whatever it'll take. You lose to Michigan, but you make the playoffs. So really, I'll give you 10-2, lose to Michigan, make the playoff. 7-5/8-4, beat Michigan, miss the playoff?
That is the hardest question you've ever asked me. I'm not even kidding around. That is such a difficult question because my initial reaction is beat Michigan.
Right. That's the way you've grown up thinking. There's nothing more meaningful. There's nothing more important. You're a Michigan State fan. You're an alum. There's nothing like the Michigan game. That's
No.
it. That's the game you circle. The old cliche, I don't care if we go 1-11 as long as we beat so-and-so.
Not sure why the 1-11 comes off in that accent, but it does every time. So just let it go.
Right.
I think he was a South Carolina fan there, and they were beating Clemson.
Go Cox! T-shirts available on the website coming soon.
So,
but you know what I'm getting
no,
at here.
David, I know exactly what you're getting, and I'm twisting myself in a knot here because I believe my answer is beat Michigan.
Like
beat your rival.
Because, and like going forward, 3 years from now especially, what is going to be top of mind to an Ohio State or a Michigan fan? What's more important? Because up until this point in time, nothing has been more important than beating the other team. Nothing. 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 Not making the Rose Bowl, not making the BCS, not making the playing for the Natty. No. The most important thing was what?
Beating your rival.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, Alabama, Auburn. You say to, especially an Auburn fan, I'm willing to bet large amounts of money an Auburn fan would be like, yeah, I'd miss the playoffs every year if we beat Bama every year. I'd be fine with that. I truly believe that's how Auburn fans would answer that question. To an Alabama fan, after what they've just gone through, they're conditioned to, they wake up every day thinking about winning the Natty.
Gator fan. Pick it. Georgia, Florida State, which one's more important to you? You want to win that game, or do you want to go to the playoffs? I think it will vary depending on age of fan, what they've gone through as a fan, what they've experienced both winning and losing as a fan.
Well, because it also leads to something else. And, this is me complicating a situation which is already complicated when you think about it. This is a pretty emotional topic if you're into college football at all. But Mark, what do we now have is really beginning this year everywhere? The conferences are so big, we have unbalanced scheduling. It also gets to the point, like, Lincoln Riley is openly talking about, I don't know if we can keep playing Notre Dame. Well, I could argue it's the second biggest game on their schedule. I mean, it is. I mean, USC cares about beating UCLA and they care about beating Notre Dame. That's the two biggest games on their schedule. But because of the situation, he's like, I don't know if we can keep playing Notre Dame. And that's the other thing going forward, Mark. If making the playoff becomes more important than beating your arch rival, then how necessary is it to keep playing your arch rival every year? That, to me, is the hidden danger in the answer to this question. If it starts meaning more to an Ohio State and Michigan fan to make the playoffs than it is to beat the other, well, then how important is it to play the other? Let that simmer. Soak up that gravy with the bread and get back to me. We'll do that after the starting five. It's next, Miller and Moulton. David Moulton of Miller and Moulton, just wanting to let everyone know our show has changed in that we now own 100% of it. And that means not only do we produce all the content, but we also now have to sell it.
So, no better time to tell all the car dealers, lawyers, jewelers, construction companies, bank managers, insurance agents, or bar restaurant owners that Miller and Moulton is the second highest rated show for men 25-54 and men 35-64 in Lee, Collier, and Charlotte counties, while being the morning show that men listen to the longest.
So you probably should be advertising on Miller and Moulton. And if you'd like to, contact us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or hit up Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton.
No one can give you the pricing or service on Miller and Moulton like Miller and Moulton. To advertise, text 21,000 now.
Or you can hit us up on X. Mark is at that Mark Miller and I'm at the David Moulton.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Todd, have you noticed every jewelry store in town sounds like a broken record?
I do. We're all saying and claiming the same thing. Largest selection, lowest prices, non-commissioned sales team. It's the same tune over and over.
Exactly. It's just noise.
Jason and I aren't all talk. We walk the walk, brokering diamonds directly, giving you the best value on GIA certified diamonds.
That's right. We're not just selling jewelry. We're living and breathing it. It's our passion, and we're for real, not hired voices on the radio reading scripts.
Come explore our collection of GIA certified diamonds and diamond jewelry with our curated assortment of rare and exotic gemstones. Also, we're excited about our previously enjoyed Rolex timepieces, as well as our large estate jewelry collection.
Skip the noise and come feel the difference with your go-to guys for diamonds. Todd and I look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network. I got locked out because I tried to do the password over 4 times, so I'm locked out for 24 hours. I got to call them when I get off the air. I'll have it set up for tomorrow.
Are we going to keep 21,000 or are we
21,000, just the keyword's going to be Miller.
Oh, okay.
But I'm effed. I don't know what he did it before the month ended. They took my account off.
DC, okay, so you're saying what? The Mountain West schools are going to do what? The Big 12 schools call up and they want to schedule and you're going to say no? I mean, yeah, but see, Paul, once again, everybody wants to form the question the way they want to form the question. The question's a simple question. What's more important to you, making the playoffs or beating your arch rival? Because in college football, it's always been beating your arch rival. Plus, the other thing, Paul, is it Georgia or is it Florida State? Coffin ball. When has winning the national championship been more important than beating Michigan? I'm not passing judgment. I want to know. I don't know how old you are. I'm very curious. When in your life did winning the Natty outrank beating Michigan? I mean, remember when Tressel took over, what was the famous thing that he did? The basketball court, when he said, and in however many days, and he just left it at that, and everybody knew exactly what he was talking about. He didn't mention that they hadn't won the Natty since '68. The only thing he mentioned was when they go to Ann Arbor.
See, there you go, Adam. That's if you pick Natty, but that's.
And it's okay if you pick Natty, but I just want to know, when did it become more important to win the Natty than beat Michigan? And that's why to win the Natty, remember, the question is not to win the Natty. The question is to make the playoffs.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes before the hour. We'll recap the trade deadline. Steve Carney in an hour. We'll have our weekly visit with Seth Everett. Pat's travels this week pushes him back to tomorrow. Patriots, Bills, Lions. Pat will have seen all three when he joins us on the show tomorrow. Not sure when. Could be a little earlier than normal. Could be in the 7 o'clock hour. Could be in his normal 8 o'clock hour time slot. So check your local listings. Our poll question, it's a doozy. We could leave it up for the rest of the week.
Well, we could.
Yeah.
If you would have suggested that before I put it up. Once you put it up, there's a timestamp on it. We could.
We could. We'll just keep redoing it every day. For those that didn't vote, here you go. Here's another shot at it. So was listening to conversations about, Ohio State and Ryan Day. He's got to beat Michigan. He's going to lose his job. But then it's like, well, hold on a second. What if he loses to Michigan but wins the Natty? I mean, come on, you're not getting rid of him. Well, most schools can't think about winning the Natty. All right, but you can. A lot of schools in college football, you can think about making the playoff. Hell, if you're a good group of 5 program, I mean, South Florida can think about making the playoff. They could be the best group of 5 team in the country. Now, they're not there yet in all likelihood, but they can here soon. And if you're a fan of UCF fan, you're like, well, we can make the playoffs soon. Why? We can win the Big 12. I expect us to contend here pretty quickly. Now, college sports has always been about beating your arch rival. Nothing has outweighed beating your arch rival. So now, with the expanded playoff, with many more fan bases being able to think big picture and, hey, we got a real shot to make the playoffs. What now is more important to you, the college football fan? Beating your arch rival. And by the way, that means one. Like we have Florida fans going, well, Georgia and Florida State. No. Arch rival, not arch rivals.
Not Arch Manning.
Right. What is more important to you? Beating your arch rival or making the playoff? And it's phrased that way for a reason. Making the playoff does not mean winning the Natty. It means exactly what it says. What's more important? beating your arch rival, making the playoff. And the hidden genius to the debate is if you're answering making the playoff, then you're transitioning from a college fan to a pro fan, because that's how pro fans think. And you don't even realize you're doing it. So that's
And I
our
think
poll
a
question.
lot of the college fans I've turned into the pro fans. For those that are, if you're a Buckeye fan, if you're a Alabama fan, if you're a Georgia fan, you're starting to turn that way because you've been dominating your rivals.
Okay. But on the grand scheme of things, you can only have one at the beginning of the year. That's it. When the season starts, pick which one you want. You can't have both. Beat your arch rival or make the playoff. And we're not guaranteeing you any success in the playoffs. We're just granting you a spot. That's all you get. Which is it you'd prefer? That's our poll question. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. 18 minutes before the hour. Time for
The Starting Five. 5 stories you need to know. It's the Starting Five on Miller and Moulton. Here's number 1.
Well, we'll start with baseball. Deadline day came and went. Over a dozen trades. Arguably the biggest sellers, the Marlins. I don't think it's close. They sent outfielder Brian De La Cruz to the Pirates in a 3-way deal with Toronto. They sent all-star closer Tanner Scott to the Padres for 4 prospects. Left-handed starter Trevor Rogers to the Orioles for 2 prospects. Right-handed reliever Huascar Brazoban to the Mets. Reliever JT Shargo to Seattle. That's just 5 trades yesterday. Josh Bell to Arizona. Yeah, that's 6 trades yesterday. That's a busy day. And remember, it wasn't until midnight. The deadline was 6 o'clock. They still had dinner after doing all that. Rays made 2 minor deals. They sent reliever Sean Armstrong to the Cardinals and reliever Tyler Zuber to the Mets. Big news for the Rays, however. Pinellas County Commissioners, by a 5-2 vote, they approved that the bed tax will pay over $300 million of the Rays' new stadium. That means the financing has been secured from both the city of St. Petersburg and Pinellas County. Nearly $750 million secured. And in theory, there is absolutely nothing standing in the way of the Rays and the new ballpark in that $6 billion venture that is the renovation of the district in St. Petersburg. The Rays is only 20% of the project, by the way. It keeps being referred to as the Rays Stadium deal. It's only 20% of the project. It's a big project. Other big deals in baseball. Dodgers acquire right-hander Jack Flaherty from the Tigers, and they did so late. Don't be surprised, by the way, if Flaherty re-signs with the Tigers. He's loved his stay there. Okay, he's turned his career around. Do not be surprised if Flaherty goes back, but he's going to pitch for the Dodgers down the stretch. Orioles acquired lefty reliever Greg Soto from the Phillies and outfielder Eloy Jimenez from the White Sox. The big movers yesterday were the Dodgers, the Padres, and the Orioles. The big sellers, well, the Marlins, the White Sox, and a little bit the Rays. On the field, Christopher Morel, just acquired from the Cubs. He homered in his Rays debut. Rays beat the Marlins 9-3. Marlins only had like 20 guys for the game yesterday. They were unbelievably shorthanded for the game. I mean, De La Cruz was shagging fly balls in the outfield when they had to pull him off the field and let him know he was being traded. Yankees got 2 more homers from Jazz Chisholm and 5 RBIs. I will say, all right, the Yankees look like they're a lot more fun the last 3 days. Jazz Chisholm running around the bases, okay, flashing the hands, doing some dancing. All right, Yankees do look energized the last 3 days. 7-6 Yankees over the Phillies in 12.
Helps when you win all 3 of those days. Always easier to be more energized when you're winning.
Yes, 4 in a row helps. No doubt. And it helps when over half the crowd in Philadelphia is seemingly Yankees fans. Orioles 6-2 over the Jays. Corbin Burns picked up his 11th win of the year. Seattle's back in first in the West. They beat the Red Sox 10-6, while Houston lost to Pittsburgh 6-2. Red Sox, by the way, are now 2 back for the final playoff spot. Twins and Royals tied for the 5 seed. Pirates are 6 back of Milwaukee in the Central, as are the Cardinals, 8-1 winners over Texas. Both Pittsburgh and St. Louis a game and a half back in the wild card chase. Guardians 5-0 over Detroit. Jose Ramirez hit his 243rd homer. That's the second most homers for anyone who's ever played for Cleveland. He's less than 100 behind Jim Thome. He might become the all-time leading home run hitter in Cleveland Indians/Guardians history, Jose Ramirez. Royals 4-3 over the White Sox. That's 16 losses in a row for Chicago. KC did it in the 8th again. They were losing. They scored 3 in the 8th to win 4-3. Mets 2-0 over the Twins. Sean Manaea was great. 7 innings, a 2-hitter, 11 strikeouts. Braves with 4 in the 3rd beat the Brewers 5-1. Padres 2 in the 9th to tie it, 1 in the 10th to win it against the Dodgers 6-5. Do we have a race in the West? San Diego just 5.5 behind the Dodgers, who have 37 guys on the injured list. This is a baseball score. It is not the Cardinals over the Commanders. The Diamondbacks beat the Nats 17-0 yesterday. Eugenio Suarez with not 1, not 2, but 3 home runs. A's hit 4 homers, beat the Giants 5-2. Angels, Matt Theus hit 5 ribbies. They beat the Rockies 10-7. And our Reds, Mark, they're teasing us.
That's exactly what they're doing, David. Just when I get to the point where I think, you know what, I've lost this bet, they win a couple in a row to just pull me right back in.
Reds double up the Cubs, 6-3.
Of course they did.
Olympics, U.S. won 6 medals yesterday, but only 1 gold. That came in women's team gymnastics. We lapped the field, won by over 6 points. That means like we barely had to enter like the last gymnast into the competition.
It was Simone Biles on the floor was the last performance by the U.S., and basically, she would have had to have done the same routine that my daughter does at 10 for us to have a chance to lose. I mean, it was pretty much over at that point.
She basically could have just rolled around on the floor, and we might have still won the gold. I don't want to say we're any good or anything. We won 3 silvers and 2 bronze yesterday. The U.S. with 26 medals, just 4 gold, though. 11 silver, 11 bronze.
Can we stop there for a second? You know, we get into this medal count. Shouldn't it be the gold medal count? How many firsts you have? Shouldn't that be determine who has the best Olympics? And I'm being dead serious.
Well, funny, Mark, when you look at the medal standings, sometimes you see them based on total medals. The U.S. is leading comfortably.
Of course we are. We have 748 participants.
Well, yeah, we are in every event with multiple competitors. Yeah. And not only that, we're winning medals in events we don't normally win medals in. Like the women's rugby team won their first ever medal yesterday in unbelievably dramatic fashion. I mean, the clock is running out, and we, basically ran the equivalent of a Hail Mary to score as damn near the buzzer were sounding to beat Australia for the bronze. But think about it. We won a bronze in men's team gymnastics. Haven't done it in 16 years. Won a bronze in women's rugby. Never won a medal in that event. So, yes, we're having a terrific Olympics. But China, France, Great Britain, all have more gold medals won than us. So you decide what's important to you. If it's gold, we're having a lackluster Olympics.
And it's gold to me.
Okay.
I'm about winning. Second place means nothing.
4 gold, 11 silver, 11 bronze for the U.S. U.S. men's national soccer team advanced into the quarterfinals. Don't laugh. We hadn't done that in 16 years because we hadn't been in the Olympics in 16 years. This is our under-23 squad. Apparently, these are the guys that should have been playing in Copa America. 3-0, a winner over Guinea yesterday. By the way, U.S. men's hoops in action today against South Sudan. Katie Ledecky swimming twice. And Steve Kerr has said Jason Tatum will play today.
Good.
Boy, he's taking a lot of heat. I mean, we did win by nearly 30. I mean, you could argue
Did we cover?
We did cover, actually.
I mean, for the U.S. men's team, it's about covering.
Spread was 24.5. We won by 26. Also, 30.5-point favorites today against South Sudan.
Do you think they cover?
I do.
I agree.
NFL, Bears signed wide receiver DJ Moore, 4-year, $110 million extension. Most money they've ever spent on a player before. Matt Eberflus, their head coach, said nobody worth a damn is playing tomorrow against Houston. No starters. Can't wait to get on the plane. Robert Saleh said his gut is to tell him to not play Aaron Rodgers until the season opener against the Niners. Lions lost defensive lineman John Kaminsky yesterday to a torn right MCL, out until at least the playoffs. Steelers wide receiver Roman Wilson rolled an ankle. He's going to miss a couple weeks. Head coach Sean Payton in Denver's narrowed the quarterback competition down to either Jared Stidham or Bo Nix. Zach Wilson no longer taking reps with the first team. And second day in a row, no Matthew Judon at the Patriots practice. I don't know, Mark, if you're Detroit, you just lost one of your defensive linemen. You call up the Patriots for Judon?
100% in the last year of his deal. I think he's ripe to be traded right now. I would be on the phone with the Patriots, but I think there'll be more than one team making that call, David.
And finally, Eric Stahl had a terrific NHL career, 12 years of it in Carolina, signed a one-day contract to retire a Hurricane, and they've already said they're going to put the number 12 in the rafters in Raleigh. And it's 7 minutes before the hour. That was
the starting five every weekday morning at this time on Miller and Moulton.
Oh, Mark, you got the people fired up. Some agreeing with you, a Silver's first loser. Others going, really? Your daughter finishes second or third in something? Is that what you're saying to her?
She's not in the Olympics, gang. There's a little difference between 10-year-old gymnastics and the Olympic Games. And I count golds when we put this medal count up so that we can make sure that it looks like the U.S. has won the Olympics. Let's win the gold medals. Miller and Moulton. Thanks for listening.
And Todd at the Diamond District.
Todd, have you noticed every jewelry store in town sounds like a broken record?
I do. We're all saying and claiming the same thing. Largest selection, lowest prices, non-commissioned sales team. It's the same tune over and over.
Exactly. It's just noise.
Jason and I aren't all talk. We walk the walk, brokering diamonds directly, giving you the best value on GIA certified diamonds.
That's right. We're not just selling jewelry. We're living and breathing it. It's our passion, and we're for real, not hired voices on the radio reading scripts.
Come explore our collection of GIA certified diamonds and diamond jewelry with our curated assortment of rare and exotic gemstones. Also, we're excited about our previously enjoyed Rolex timepieces, as well as our large estate jewelry collection.
Skip the noise and come feel the difference with your go-to guys for diamonds. Todd and I look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further, because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts, LSVs, scooters, and more. Come down and talk with one of our experienced sales reps, have a soda and a smile, and you could be cruising the streets in your new EV today. Stop by the store or visit our website at flgolfcarts.com and enter for a chance to win $100 off your next purchase by answering John's monthly sports question.
Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text SPONSOR to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That was a red light I ran through. It wasn't even yellow. That was red.
No. That was red. When I went like this, it turned red.
Yeah.
Right. And
I looked up. I cut 10 seconds out, so we're close.
Mac, I would take over, but they just traded away a few good players, and Mac, I just can't believe they haven't fired their manager. I mean, if you're not firing the manager, if you're Reinsdorf, don't you then have to fire the GM? I mean, 2 years ago, they were the favorites in that division. How smart was Jason Benetti to get away from the White Sox organization?
Wow. Timing.
Man.
That's 13 more wins out of 52 more games, Mac.
So 13-39, that's 25%.
That's a little better than what they're playing right now. They're flipping off at a 245 winning percentage.
I have faith in them.
I've got to believe they get to 40. But if it was 40 and a half, I don't know which way I'd go, Mac.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
hour 2 of Miller and Moulton. Thanks so much for being with us. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. It is the final day of July. We're a day away from people claiming to be Bears and Texans, wearing their helmets and uniforms and meeting at the Hall of Fame game, but apparently it looks like both teams will not play any of their starters. But hey, we'll get to see the new kickoff rule. Okay. 24 days away from week 0, 31 days away from week 1 of the college football season, and 36 days away. Chiefs and Ravens, 5 weeks tomorrow, kicking off the NFL season. Our poll question, I intended it to cut to the heart of college football going forward. I really did. In listening to a lot of people talk about Ohio State and Ryan Day, he's got to beat Michigan this year or he's fired. And then it gets you thinking, well, hold on a second. What if he loses to Michigan but wins a natty? Well, but what if he loses to Michigan but makes the playoffs? Is that enough? Which then got me thinking, well, what if we position that for every team? If you think about it, what's more important? Beating your arch rival, the game you circle every year, or making the playoffs? No success guaranteed once you make the playoff. This isn't beating your arch rival or winning a natty. No. Because when you think about it, this is essentially the difference between college and pro fan. College fan is it's all about beating your rival. That's the most important thing. Everything else is gravy or details or however you want to phrase it. Pro fan, what do we think about? We may hate one team more than any other, but if we make the playoffs, it would, as a Packer fan, it would suck to get swept by the Bears, right? But if you make the playoffs, okay, deep down, do you really care?
Can you flip that, though? David, if the Bears beat the Packers twice and miss the playoffs, would their season be okay?
Yeah. I mean, that's maybe, or it's even more disappointing. Wait a minute. We were good enough to beat the Packers twice and we missed the damn playoffs? What's our problem? But you know what I'm getting at, Mark.
Oh, I know exactly where you're going. That what maybe we feared, because college football was always a regional sport, which had regional rivalries. College football has become a national brand now, a national sport. With that, you lose those regional rivalries. And what is it becoming? Saturdays are looking an awful lot like Sundays.
Right. Unbalanced scheduling. There's no guarantee going forward. I mean, there isn't. We'd like to think there is, but there isn't. Listen, there's no guarantee Ohio State and Michigan are going to play every year. I'm just telling you, there isn't. Now, for the foreseeable future, there is. But I'm telling you, going forward, there's no guarantee. That's what happens when you start going down unbalanced scheduling and you get away from divisions and pods and what have you. But we'll worry about that then. Just right now, you're a college football fan. So if you're also a pro football fan, take that mindset, throw it out. I'm talking to you on a Saturday morning. Here's your ultimatum. Beat your arch rival or make the college football playoff. You can only have one. Which is it? And Mark, I believe, and I could be wrong, but I believed it before I was lucky enough to be part of a network that broadcast college football nearly 20 years ago. And it happened to be the SEC, where, it just means more. But I thought this my whole life, and now I think it even more. There's nothing more important than beating your arch rival. I'm sorry. That is college sports. That is the soul as to why it is different than pro sports. That is the reason, Mark.
And I think this will vary fan base to fan base. And David, you spent a lot of time in the upper Midwest and you're fond of the Gophers. couple games for the Gophers, particularly the Wisconsin game. That's kind of important.
Yeah. Yes. And you're right, though. Like, making the playoff is a dream for a Gopher fan. But you know what, Mark? How different is that dream than 20 years ago when somebody brought up going to the Rose Bowl?
It's very similar, and that's why I think this varies fan base to fan base. I think you ask Ohio State fan this, they're going to say go into the playoff because they believe if they go to the playoff, they have a shot to win the Natty. And I know that's not what you're asking. But for certain teams, if they get in, they feel every year they've got a shot to win the last game.
Is going to but before the season starts. I mean, Mark, come on. You know a lot of Buckeye fans. I know a lot of Buckeye fans. When, please tell me the year, tell me the moment that going to the playoff and seriously contending for the national championship outweighed beating Michigan. And I'm serious. Tell me when that happened. Because it didn't happen when Jim Tressel walked out on the basketball court having just taken the job. What was the only thing he promised on the field? The only thing he promised those 15,000 people in the stands. When we go to Ann Arbor in 323 days, and he basically dropped the mic. That was it. That's what it was all about. He had the Ohio State job. It wasn't the Rose Bowl. It wasn't a BCS title. It was, we're going to Ann Arbor, and we're going to beat those some bitches. That's what it was about. Hugh Freeze at Auburn. What's it about? Is it about beating Alabama, or is it about making the playoff? Please, find me the Auburn fan that tells you it's about making the playoff. Please, I challenge you. Find me the Auburn fan.
And David, right now in our voting, and thank you, Sheriff Buford T. Justice, for that lovely diatribe that you were able to sneak in the back end of that and don't think it went without being noticed. When I get home, I'm going to. All right.
Mama right in the mouth.
Couldn't make that movie today either.
No,
but
there's
the
no
poll
way.
question.
No
the
way.
Poll question is very simple. What David has talked about. Going forward in college football, what is more important, beating your rival or making the playoff? And right now in early voting, nearly 60% of the people are saying make the playoff.
I'm just telling you, if this is truly how the college football fan is going to feel, then the soul of the sport is gone. To me, it is. Then it's done. It's over. It's NFL Junior. And I understand there's a lot. It's huge money, just like the NFL. We get it. We're paying the players. I get all that. This at its soul, at its core. This was the difference. I mean, ask a Tennessee fan. You can make the playoff or you can beat Alabama. You can only choose one. I'm betting a savings account that beating Alabama wins. I really am. I'm betting my granddaughter's savings account. And if I lose that bet, then I'm done. I'm done with college football. Seriously. That's the charm of it to me.
You can still have both, because for most of the fan bases, David, the answer is going to be beating your rival. But for a handful of franchises, and that's what they are, it's all about making the playoff. We know who those teams are. But ask Texas this year, beat Oklahoma or make the playoff. I think Texas fans going to say make the playoff. I do. Now, maybe it's not the same way with A&M, who's really their rival. I'm not sure.
Can somebody answer me, all the Ohio State fans that say it's more important to make the playoff than beat Michigan? Since when? No, I want to know, when did this happen? It didn't happen under Jim Tressel. And Tressel was the coach through 2011. Did this happen under Urban? When did this happen? Now, I understand the Alabama fan, listen, what Saban has done, and so you're thinking a little differently than you ever have before. I mean, you're thinking differently. You can be an old Alabama fan right now. You didn't think this way under Coach Bryant. You wanted to win the SEC and go to the Sugar Bowl, but you've had so much wild success. Why Bear Bryant didn't have this type of success in as short a window as Coach Saban did. So you're thinking a little differently now. But as it is, every other year you go to the Plains, and that game is a problem. Beating them in Tuscaloosa, not a problem. Winning that game on the Plains, that game is a problem.
And that's what success does to a team. Because for the longest time, and I'm pretty close to this rivalry because of my son's a diehard Bulldog fan, it was about beating Florida for the Dogs. Well, lose to Florida this year or make the playoff. I think the Georgia fan would say make the playoff. Because they've set their sights higher. They expect more now. Doesn't mean it's the same for every college football team, but I think there are a handful of teams that had passed. And maybe because Ohio State beat Michigan all those years in a row, maybe that's why, David. But they think they're entitled to the playoff. And as we go to 14 teams, more teams making the playoff, the rivalries will become less important.
Well, once again, if you're right, and if the answer to the poll question, which right now is 60-40 against me, all right, if that's the way it's going, I don't see how that's good for college football. Now, you could turn around and go, really? It's becoming more like the NFL. How's the NFL doing? All I know is that beating your rival in the NFL never meant as much. It didn't, as it does in college. And Mark, maybe the last 20 years has really changed it. Maybe it has. And the realignment and the getting rid of divisions and all that. But that's what we want to know. Beating your arch rival or making the playoff.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Todd, have you noticed every jewelry store in town sounds like a broken record?
I do. We're all saying and claiming the same thing. Largest selection, lowest prices, non-commissioned sales team. It's the same tune over and over.
Exactly. It's just noise.
Jason and I aren't all talk. We walk the walk, brokering diamonds directly, giving you the best value on GIA certified diamonds.
That's right. We're not just selling jewelry. We're living and breathing it. It's our passion, and we're for real, not hired voices on the radio reading scripts.
Come explore our collection of GIA certified diamonds and diamond jewelry with our curated assortment of rare and exotic gemstones. Also, we're excited about our previously enjoyed Rolex timepieces, as well as our large estate jewelry collection.
Skip the noise and come feel the difference with your go-to guys for diamonds. Todd and I look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X. You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Well played, a-hole. Well played. That funny. I know funny, that funny.
Huge Buckeye fan. The guy that owns the company.
Okay.
They
Tell
do-
him to answer the question. Making the playoff. That's all. What's more important, beating Michigan or making the playoff? It's our poll question today, basically. But fam, I will say, the evidence is to the contrary. College football ratings are as strong as they've ever been, if not stronger.
And I love the question. You could poke a small hole in it because a lot of these teams, in order to make the playoff, are going to have to beat their rival. But in the Michigan-Ohio State case, that's not the case. Penn State just wants to beat somebody, David. And they don't even have a rival. Who's Penn State's rival? Ohio State? Ohio State's is Michigan.
Yeah, that's part of the problem right there. Although Penn State used to have a rival. It was Pitt.
I agree.
And then and Notre Dame was second, but it was Pitt. It was Pitt. It was Pitt. It was Pitt.
Right. No, and Sonny, I know that, but they don't play.
Now, Teacher Tim, the Gophers do have the best. I mean, they got the Axe, Wisconsin. They got the Pig, Iowa. And they got the Little Brown Jug, but hell, they only play like once every 4 years, it seems.
And they only win like once every 40.
Right. Listen, we can have the same question tomorrow about the Gators and just say, so by the way, what's your game? Is it Georgia or Florida State? Which, by the way, you can ask the same thing of a Texas fan. I mean, is it A&M or is it OU? Just because they took the game away for 12 years doesn't mean it, it's the team that you didn't hate the most.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
21 minutes past the hour. Steve Carney will join us in less than 20 minutes. We'll recap the trade deadline and the raise of the big day yesterday, and that the financing is now 100% secure for their new stadium, with Pinellas County commissioners approving by a 5-2 vote the final $300+ million as they're going to keep the bed tax that's currently on the books for another 20 years. All right. Our poll question of the day, though, spirited discussion. There's no wrong answer. I mean, I am passionately on one side of the question, but there is no wrong answer because it's how you feel. You're a college football fan. What's more important to you? Beating your arch rival or making the playoff? By the way, that's rival, not rivals. So if you're a Texas fan, is that OU or A&M? And just because you stop playing A&M, it doesn't mean that they stop being the team you hate the most, right? Florida fan, is it Georgia or is it the Noles? You can only have one. Canes fan, would you rather beat the Noles or make the playoff? Michigan and Ohio State fan, Alabama, Auburn, Tennessee. Would you rather beat Alabama or would you rather make the playoff? Mark, you're a Michigan State alum. You grew up before that a Michigan State fan. And I know Michigan State's not a football power, okay? But what is more important to you, beating Michigan or making the playoff?
It's beating Michigan. If they ever were to get good, I don't know if that would change. I don't see it changing in my lifetime, believe it or not, David. Beating Michigan's more important. Mainly because you can't get the success you want without beating them. Can't get the players you want without beating them.
And maybe does this new 12, soon to be 14 team playoff, does this change what your answer is? Do you think now whatever team it is you root for has a better chance of making the playoffs? Therefore, wow, this is something I have to realistically think about. Maybe not every year, but every other. What is it I'd rather have? Or does it not matter whether it was the old bowl structure, the BCS, 4 teams or 14 or 34 or whatever we're going to go to? No. I'm a Florida State. By the way, Florida State fan. Gators or Canes? I mean, that's the other thing. You got to choose. And it's no 1-1A, by the way. USC fan, UCLA or Notre Dame? And we can go right on down this list. I know we got a lot of people who root for schools where there's a school that's a really competitive number 2 on the rivalry chart. Don't know what to tell you. Arch rival, singular. The one game you circle. You rather win that or make the playoff? And to me,
right now, there are as many or more people making the playoff as far as the vote goes. And it's close, 56-44, but most of you are making the playoff over beating your rival. And it's actually, we don't do shtick on this show. We never have. It's not who we are. It is genuinely bothering David.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. This, to me, is the death knell of college football. And I understand it's a wildly popular sport and billions of dollars in TV revenue and now probably billions of dollars in what the athletes are going to be paid. Okay. But to me, the difference between Saturday and Sunday, you could tell. It's you can see it and you can feel it. Saturdays are different than Sundays. They are.
And David, let me ask this in a different way, because I think most of the people who are listening, most of the people who are chiming in, watch their games on Saturday. Most of them are not season ticket holders. Most of them are not spending 6-7 Saturdays. And I think if you ask this question on campus, I think you might get a different answer than from the public at large. Possibly.
Okay. All
because
right.
because you make a great point. It does feel different on Saturday. Everything about it is different. I've now been to a lot more NFL games than I had been growing up. All I did growing up was go to games on Saturday. And there's a different feel, whether you're in Madison South Bend, Athens than it is being in Pittsburgh, Detroit, Tampa Bay. It just is. Everything about it feels differently. And for those folks that are there, I think it still will.
T. Haynes in our Twitch chat room says he thinks the answer might be different depending on how old you are. That the older you are, the rivalry game means more. And the younger you are, it's all about competing for championships. The rivalry game doesn't mean as much. And I will say some rivalries have gotten skewed here recently. You know, I wish the Florida-Georgia rivalry was more balanced. Or I'd love to get the Gator fans' answer, you know, or the Georgia fans' answer. You know, let me ask this question of a Georgia fan 8 to 10 years ago. Kirby Smart's taken over. You guys have a choice. You can beat the Gators or you can make the playoff. They'd be like, hey, can we beat the Gators? Can we start there, please? Can we just start beating the Gators? This is really bothering me. This is 25 years. We lose to these guys damn near every year. We're like 5-20. Can this stop, please? But Mark, you even raised an interesting point during the break, and I don't even think you meant to. We're just talking about certain teams, and you said you're a Penn State fan. What's the game you circle?
I don't think they have one. I think maybe it's Ohio State.
If you're Nebraska,
the problem is it's not for Ohio State.
If you're Nebraska, what's the game you circle?
Oklahoma.
Exactly. Right. No, I'm with you.
That was an honest answer, David. The problem is they're not on the schedule.
So that's what we're trying to figure out. What is it? And you think about it, we do the countdown every day. We're 24 days away from week 0, 31 days away from week 1. So ask yourself this year. And by the way, to me, the answer doesn't change by year. And I understand some years your team's not as good, and some years you feel like I'm really good. Like an Ole Miss fan this year. This could be the best Ole Miss team in 60 years. This really could. So you got a choice. Beat State or go to the playoff. How do you normally answer that question?
Beat State.
You beat State. And then number 2 would be Bama. But the game is the Egg Bowl. So that's what we're asking. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. I probably should vote and retweet, don't you think?
I think that'd be a hell of an idea because we know what your vote is. You've been very passionate about it, and it is a close vote. I thought you would be happy just in the closeness of the vote, that there are many people out there still yearning for their rival to beat their rival as opposed to make the playoff. X is a younger market. I do think that whoever said the age of the fan matters. It does.
This would be a tough loss. I got to admit, this would be a painful loss.
I love that you take poll questions and use them in a win-loss. There's no wrong answer, but if it goes the wrong way, David will lose the poll question, according to David. Nobody else.
Beating your rival is taking a 51-49 lead. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Miami-Dade County coming in late. Steve Carney next. Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text SPONSOR to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Todd, have you noticed every jewelry store in town sounds like a broken record?
I do. We're all saying and claiming the same thing. Largest selection, lowest prices, non-commissioned sales team. It's the same tune over and over.
Exactly. It's just noise.
Jason and I aren't all talk. We walk the walk, brokering diamonds directly, giving you the best value on GIA certified diamonds.
That's right. We're not just selling jewelry. We're living and breathing it. It's our passion, and we're for real, not hired voices on the radio reading scripts.
Come explore our collection of GIA certified diamonds and diamond jewelry with our curated assortment of rare and exotic gemstones. Also, we're excited about our previously enjoyed Rolex timepieces, as well as our large estate jewelry collection.
Skip the noise and come feel the difference with your go-to guys for diamonds. Todd and I look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
No, Feeney, you're taking it the wrong way. That's just an election thing. We always have to wait for Miami-Dade to come in. They're always the last to come in with the votes. That's just an election thing. You're taking that the wrong way. Well, thank you. If the rosacea in the face would go away, I might be able to shave again. If not, this is the beard for life.
It's in honor of the football season. Mark decided to honor the 2024 football season a bit differently. Feeney, I mean, come on now. What are we going to do? We could do Cook County is Chicago. I mean, come on. Every state's got the.
No, he said it's okay. You
Right.
should read down.
No. But yeah, you're darn right. Miami-Dade County. Come on now.
You tell me, Ambient, who's Colorado's rival?
I mean, can't be Nebraska, right? They don't play every year. I mean, is it state? It is for state. Well, I mean, Mark, you can ask your wife.
It's for Colorado State, it's Colorado.
In which you could say, listen, here's your choice. You could beat CU or you could win the Mountain West and be the group of 5 representative in the playoff. Which would you rather have?
No, he didn't, DC. So it's just Twitter. I can't see where they come from. I got to call Steve here. Steve's on.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes before the hour. Having a lot of fun with our poll question today on Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. The college football fan in you. All right, you can only have one or the other before the season starts. You can beat your arch rival, or you can make the playoff. One or the other. Choose. Vote accordingly. Steve Carney, who covers college football. He's co-host of Yards and Stripes. They follow Armed Services football. He's also a baseball insider, stpete9.com, stpete9.com, and he's also part of the Tampa Bay Lightning radio network. Busy guy, has 4 days off a year. He just doesn't know which 4. Follow Steve on X, Steve Carney, Carney, Well, listen, let's just come up with a situation in which an Army or a Navy team could make the playoff, be the group of 5 representative. You follow Armed Services football. To Army, Navy, Air Force. There's nothing more important than beating the other, right?
Yeah, there is nothing that defines a successful season than beating your rival. For Navy, they could go 1-9 or 1-10, but if that one win is against the Army, everybody in Annapolis is happy. Same thing at West Point. Same thing in Colorado Springs. I'm a USF alum. I have said, for the last 5 years that all I care about is beating that team in Orlando. That I refuse to give it its props because, it doesn't deserve it.
Wow. That's the most angst we've ever heard come from you in years of talking to you. We got to your soul there, didn't we?
Oh, absolutely. I always laugh when I was on the radio. I would get all the UCF fans calling up, telling me about their supposed national championship, which I have for years called a fraud. And they all say, well, it's in the NCAA record book. And I used to joke that UCF used to stand for You Can't Football because they went winless under George O'Leary. But then UCF after that became You Can't Blank and Read because if you go to the NCAA record book that they claim their national championship is, and you look at the page, it doesn't say national championship, it says national poll leaders. So, and there's a nice little footnote that says, starting in 2015, the college football playoff determines the national championship. So obviously the folks at what I like to call either Winter Park Community College or Oviedo Tech cannot leave.
All right. Now I know the UCF fan is stirred up and fired up about this poll question today. Steve Carney joined us to talk Rays, but he poked the bear in doing so. All right. Let's focus on the Rays. Big day yesterday, big days over the past few days. When you look at all of the trades they made, did they get enough? How do you assess the trade deadline on the whole for the Rays?
Yeah, they made 9 trades here in the month of July. When you start with Aaron Savali, moving to Milwaukee to start the month, and then ending the trade deadline with acquiring Dylan Carlson for Sean Armstrong. And you really can say with all 9 trades that are made, the guys that are leaving, you can immediately point to somebody and say, that's who's replacing him in the lineup or on the roster. And you can do that really, really easily. There was not a trade made where you go, oh my God, who's going to take his spot? It's why I think Yandy Diaz didn't move. It's why Pete Fairbanks didn't move. It's why Brandon Lau didn't move. So I really do think that, while there was a lot of subtraction that was done, I really do think that it was done in a way that you can say, okay, Isaac Paredes is gone. That's where Junior Camanero's spot in the roster is going to be. Randy Arozarena is gone. That's where Christopher Morel's spot in the lineup is going to be. So I really do think that while there was a lot of moves made, they really didn't subtract a whole lot of production in the same case.
So 9 trades this month, 3.5 back in the wild card, and you think this group is still in it, or have they weakened themselves to the point where you don't think they're a viable wild card contender, even though the standings right now, 3.5 back, 3 in the loss column, says contender?
Well, I really do think it's going to be difficult. There are 3 back in the loss column, 3.5, but there's 4 teams in front of them. So I think that's still going to be very difficult. It's going to be difficult sledding whether they had Zach Eflin and Randy Arozarena and Isaac Paredes or not, because their schedule is, I believe, the second hardest in all of baseball remaining. So I still think it's going to be very difficult sledding with or without those guys. So while I think they can still get enough production to stay competitive, I think it'd be very difficult to actually make a playoff berth.
And obviously, with all the injuries to the pitching staff, making some of these moves, that's the replacement you talk about there. But it might not be this year or towards the end of this year, but the pitching stuff, when healthy, this shouldn't really affect that all that much, should it?
No, it really shouldn't. I mean, you trade Eflin and you said, okay, that's where Jeffrey Springs is going to make his start, which he did last night against the Marlins. With Drew Rasmussen coming back, they're using him in a way that they want to use him as a multi-inning reliever this year. That way they can get usage out of him and kind of manage his innings, because he's a 2 Tommy John guy. So I think that they're going to use him in that sense. The kid Hunter Biggie that they got from the Cubs in the Paredes trade made his debut last night. And was showing off his 97, 98 mile an hour fastball and looked rather effective. So I think that, the pitching staff is going to be fine as is. So I think that it's really amazing what Eric Neander in the front office is able to do.
Steve Carney, we're talking Rays in Major League Baseball right now, but he also Yards and Stripes, Armed Services Football. It's a terrific weekly podcast. Listen. And also, he's part of the Lightning Radio Network. Follow him on X at Steve Carney, Carney. They also took about $35 million off next year's payroll with the moves that they made.
It's somewhere in the vicinity of about 30. I want to say it's close to 30. Yeah, 33 to 35 million. It would have depended on Arozarena's arbitration number. And they saved probably close to about $50 million over the life of all of the deals that they made.
Better team next year in spring training. Let's just say they make no significant free agent pickups, even though they'll have a little bit of money to spend if they want to. With what's coming back for an injury for next year, what's lined up at the upper ends of the system, and what's in St. Pete now, right? Same, better, or worse, the Rays right now, when they look at their 40-man, what do they think they'll be in spring training next year with where they are now?
They definitely think they're going to be better. Getting Shane McClanahan back immediately makes you a better team. And they expect him to be ready to go for the start of the 2025 season. McClanahan actually threw off a mound for the first time yesterday. He threw 10 fastballs talked to him afterwards. He was so excited that he was finally able to do more than just throw, play catch on flat ground. So that's a good sign. He'll throw his next, 10 or 15 pitches off of a mound here coming up on Saturday. I think that immediately makes them better. I think that what they have at the top end of the minor league system, I mentioned Junior Caminero, Carson Williams is their shortstop of the future. They've got a couple of really young outfielders. Tristan Peters is the one name that they've talked about a lot. Jake Mangum is a little older, but they think that he could be someone who contributes. Xavier Isaac is their big first base prospect. He's probably a 2026 appearance as opposed to a 2025. But with Caminero and Williams and McClanahan, they certainly think they're going to be better.
All right. Yesterday, Pinellas County passes the vote, which we knew was going to happen. What are there any other hurdles? The county's passed it. The city's passed it. Do we have any other hurdles before we get a shovel in the ground?
Yeah, if they can't find a shovel at Home Depot, that's about it, because they've got all the money is lined up now. They made the announcement at last night's game that there is going to be groundbreaking in January. So we are here. We are building a stadium in St. Petersburg, and for everybody that has covered this team, it's like, oh my God, the wait is over. We've been waiting, 15, 16 years to talk about this. And it's amazing that we're finally at a point where it's not just conjecture, it's not just conversation. There's going to be action that's coming.
And Steve, finally, do you think once the shovel goes in the ground that Stu takes a deep breath and is a different owner? Or do you think once the shovel goes in the ground that Stu goes, I'm selling this sucker?
I don't think to be honest, now that he's going to have a brand new ballpark, and not only that, but the Rays are going to have control of, the revenue streams that are coming in for all of the stuff that surrounds the ballpark, all of the retail, all of the residential, all the office space that's going to be built on this land that the team now owns. They're going to own the land. They're going to be able to profit off of everything that's built around there. So I don't know if he really does think, hey, I'm going to sell. Although it definitely becomes a much more valuable entity now that he has all this stuff. I think it really depends on how he is feeling and how he thinks the best use of this land and this parcel is. This could be something that he can pass down to his son and to his daughters, and I really do think that that's something that you want to have that legacy for your kids, obviously. So I think this is definitely the next chapter in this franchise's history.
Steve, we're always thankful for the time that you make for us and the insight that you provide for our show. Glad we could also get to the heart and soul of where you live with college football. And, I don't know how much Rays we'll talk here in the next month or so. If they stay contenders, we'll give you a holler. All right?
Sounds good, guys. I always appreciate coming on with you.
Steve Carney has been very good to us over the years. And now we know, Mark, we can call him about college football.
Well, we can call him about USF.
And UCF.
Right. A game that should be played every year.
Yeah, it really should.
And because of what's happened in college football, another rivalry that's gone by the wayside.
And, they're both to blame. South Florida tried to pull away from UCF and then UCF remembered it. And so when UCF pulled away from South Florida, they returned the favor. And so now the game's not being played. And I think both fan bases want the game to be played.
Particularly when South Florida gets that on-campus stadium done. I just think with both schools having on-campus stadiums, that's a rivalry that needs to be renewed quickly.
Curious and now the UCF fan with a little feeling of superiority. It's like, we don't have to schedule them. Curious if they either A, join the Big 12 or B, join the ACC, where they're also a Power 4 conference opponent. Would you feel differently? Oh, we're not going to lower ourselves down to playing a group of 5. Okay, well, what if they eliminate that? Now, can we go back to playing this game? Can we just go back to playing the games that the fans actually want played? Is that such a bad idea? Like Penn State. Play Pitt every year, okay? Okay. I'm glad Pitt and West Virginia are back to playing each other. Yeah, I'm glad Penn State and West Virginia, I think, play each other early this year. It's like, good. Good. There's not much separating you guys. You guys drive to each game. You played each other for a long time. Come on now. Play.
You mean Washington and Rutgers just doesn't do it for you the same way?
No. No, it doesn't. It doesn't.
Stanford, North Carolina State?
At least Stanford's playing Cal. But don't you feel bad for Washington State and Oregon State? I mean, come on. I mean, I haven't checked the schedule. Are they playing Washington and Oregon respectively?
I don't believe so.
I don't believe so either. Come on. The one game's called what? The Civil War?
The other one's the Apple Cup. I mean,
well, but that's okay. They put a damn name on it. They don't have a name on any other game they play. Seth Everett. He's next. Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts, LSVs, scooters, and more. Come down and talk with one of our experienced sales reps, have a soda and a smile, and you could be cruising the streets in your new EV today. Stop by the store or visit our website at flgolfcarts.com and enter for a chance to win $100 off your next purchase by answering John's monthly sports question.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Todd, have you noticed every jewelry store in town sounds like a broken record?
I do. We're all saying and claiming the same thing. Largest selection, lowest prices, non-commissioned sales team. It's the same tune over and over.
Exactly. It's just noise.
Jason and I aren't all talk. We walk the walk, brokering diamonds directly, giving you the best value on GIA certified diamonds.
That's right. We're not just selling jewelry. We're living and breathing it. It's our passion, and we're for real, not hired voices on the radio reading scripts.
Come explore our collection of GIA certified diamonds and diamond jewelry with our curated assortment of rare and exotic gemstones. Also, we're excited about our previously enjoyed Rolex timepieces, as well as our large estate jewelry collection.
Skip the noise and come feel the difference with your go-to guys for diamonds. Todd and I look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Hola.
Hi, why do I look orange?
Don't know. To me, you look more pink.
Yeah, I thought you looked more red.
Yeah, to
Yeah,
me, it looks
that's
like
better.
you got some
That's
color.
better.
That's
Well, maybe, but this is better. It's more the darkness.
Go Man City.
I'm going tonight. I'm going to see them in person for the first time.
Really?
Yeah. Arsenal is playing Liverpool in a friendly at Lincoln Financial Field in Philly. I have a media pass, and I'm going into their press area after, and I'm going to put a bunch of, I'm assuming, 2-minute interviews into a podcast.
So you're not going to wear your jersey, is what you're saying?
No. This is just for you guys. I know how to carry you've seen me in press boxes. You know how I carry myself.
I understand. But this is different, though. This is a football. I've never seen you in a football.
It's true.
Press.
Very exciting. I've never seen. Look, I'm a non-believer in anything preseason. I think preseason football is garbage. Spring training is dumb. All of it. But when the team plays in England and they're here for one night, they do it. You go. And it's a chance to get some interviews.
I'm assuming place will be packed.
Place is going to have 70,000 people. The Yankees play the Phillies and they move the game up to noon to get people out.
To clear the parking lot?
Yep. Yeah. I'm going to leave here at 2:30. Figure that'll get me there by 4. Doors open at 5.
Seth, I don't know if you, you always play name the T-shirt. Do you remember? I don't know if you can see this.
Carver. I can't read the bottom.
It just says Carver High School Athletic Department.
Oh.
Do you know what that's from?
What is that from? Freaks and Geeks.
No, the White Shadow. Might be a little before your time.
A little bit before me. Yeah. I gotcha. There's a TikTok on a guy about our age. He sits there and he goes back in time. He'll go, if you were watching ABC in 1976, it started off with Taxi. And then I'll play a little theme of Taxi. And then he goes, and then Laverne and Shirley came on. It was in their 4th season, and they finished 4th in the rate. And I am fascinated.
I want that in my algorithm. I
love this. I follow the Twitter account. I don't know who this guy is. I don't care. I love all of it. Shows I know, shows I don't know. He started doing Saturday mornings. If you were watching NBC, you saw the Smurfs.
Smurfette.
We're going to talk Olympics?
Smurfette only second to Judy Jetson in cartoon lore. Whatever you want to talk about, Seth, it's your segment.
No, I've watched 98% of one thing and 0 of another. I'll explain.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Halfway home on this show and this week, for that matter. It's a hump day edition of Miller and Moulton. Thanks so much for being with us. Seth Everett, kind enough to join us once again. It's that day and time. Seth, he of the two great and vastly different podcasts, which makes them even more impressive. Sports with Friends and Hall of Justice. You can follow Seth on X at Seth_Everett, Seth_Everett. Top of the morning to you, sir. So I ask the question of Mark every day in a joking manner, do you have the fever? And that means the Olympics, okay? Not a virus of any kind. Do you have Olympics fever? Curious, do you have the fever?
I wouldn't call it a fever. I would call it a sniffle. I mean,
I have an Olympic
wow.
sniffle.
I've been interested this year, and I did a whole thing on Sports with Friends this week about it. This year, Peacock, the app that goes with NBC, has offered this program called Gold Zone from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. And from 11 a.m. to 5 p.m., it is hosted by two friends of mine, Andrew Siciliano, who I went to college with, who hosted the NFL Red Zone on DirecTV for 18 years.
Right.
And then Scott Hansen, who I'm starting to get to know, and I had on my podcast, who does a great job on the official NFL Red Zone.
Correct.
And these two guys are going only live, barely any replays, and they are going sport to sport to sport to sport to sport to sport. Sports I love, sports I could care less about. They went from rugby to soccer to tennis. I saw Coco Gauff's meltdown. I saw Simone Biles live. I saw everything live. I've watched probably 90% of the Red Zone, the Gold Zone, and it's on in the background. I'm not glued to it. I'm not affixed to it. I have watched pretty much all of it since Saturday. I have not watched a second of NBC's primetime broadcast. And Scott Hansen, to his credit, and he did it more than once, so I know the NBC people have not stopped him. He literally says, don't forget to tune in tonight at 8 Eastern. Mike Tirico will be hosting whatever you missed here today. He literally says those words.
What I've found interesting, Seth, is that I've watched some Gold Zone. I've watched a lot of live Olympic coverage, whether it's, through YouTube TV and what they have on during the day or through the Peacock apps, which I've not loved the Peacock app. I've had my issues.
It's a bad interface. Yeah.
I've had issues with that throughout the Olympic coverage. Nothing that's, would make me quit the service, but it's not been great. And it's been tough to navigate a little bit. The Gold Zone's been a little jumpy for me, that they've, they're jumping around a little bit too much, but it is good coverage. What I've noticed is that and I know you're not watching at night, they've changed the commentary. Like Simone Biles, I watched live in her first event. My wife watched it on NBC that night. We're watching the replay of it. It was different commentating. I found that to be fascinating.
That's weird. I don't understand that. You're doing double work. That makes no sense to me. Alex Sherman of CNBC was my guest this week on Sports with Friends. We had a whole conversation about this. NBC did not pay billions in rights fees for the Gold Zone. They did it for the prime time.
Sure.
I want to see what the ratings with, and I'm not rooting against NBC. Don't get me wrong.
The ratings are great. Okay. The ratings have been terrific. I mean, they started with opening ceremonies, 24 million. They've only gone up, by the way. And I know the opening ceremonies were controversial in many places, and they thought that it might affect the ratings. Apparently, Seth, they've done 26 to 31 million every day/night since.
It's amazing. It's amazing. It's tape delayed, and
right.
It's not like 2016. In 2016, I worked for Westwood One, and I did the Olympics, and we were all live. Everything that we did was live. So when I got home from working a shift, I wasn't putting on NBC to watch it again.
Right.
And to me, I'm consuming everything that the Olympics has to offer. I don't believe in tape delayed broadcasts anymore. Not in 2024.
And we've all talked about this. The Olympics are not for you, Mark, or myself. They're not. They're for our significant others. I mean, that's the dominant demographic, and they don't watch as much live sports as we do, and they're okay. And in fact, Seth, I find my wife, because the U.S. women gymnasts won, she knew they won. She was more interested in watching prime time last night than she was the other nights when she didn't know that there was going to be a U.S. gold medal.
But my question is the future. And the people of a certain age that are watching this, and again, I don't begrudge NBC. I'm not. I'm rooting for them. I'm happy for them. My point is, as long as it's tape delay, the Olympics are only going to be in the United States once every 30 years, so it's always going to be in a different time zone. You are always going to have this on tape delay. How is this going to work going forward? Because of people of a certain age that are going to watch the NBC no matter what, are getting older. And to me, it's the baseball argument. It's the sports argument about linear versus digital. Our 15-year-olds is enraptured in this Olympics because there's TikTok people on NBC's coverage. Who is watching because Snoop Dogg's on it? I don't know. I don't know the metrics on that. All I know is there's a sporting event. It's in Europe, so it's live. It starts in the morning, and that's when I'm watching it.
I thought, Seth, to kind of further your argument, something happened to me yesterday that I never imagined would happen. It was noontime. My wife was on her lunch break at work. She works hard. She's a veterinarian. She has a real job, not like the three of us that talk for a living. And all of a sudden, I start getting text. What's my Peacock sign-in?
There you go.
What's the YouTube TV sign-in? And she was watching at lunch, but then came home and immediately went, because YouTube TV, the way it's set up to record, I mean, it was all before the game started. You could click whatever sport and it records every sport you want. She comes home, turns on the TV, goes to the swimming, and starts watching the tape delay of what she missed and is fast forwarding to get to the events. And I went,
that's great.
I'll be damned. Never thought I'd see this. That's the evolution that I'm seeing right in front of my eyes of someone who never knew that we had Peacock, didn't care that we had YouTube TV, and is now asking for passwords so that she can watch on her lunch hour. That to me is what you're talking about. It's the evolution of the viewer.
My kids, well, one of my daughters is equestrian. She competes in horse shows. She's leaving for a horse show in about an hour. And when they went to the jumping events, the equestrian, Gold Zone went to it for 2 minutes. But I said to my daughter, I said, hey, they're running the equestrian now. And they flipped it on and we've put it on. But we watched the Peacock equestrian feed because the Peacock has 39 different feeds for specific sports. And those feeds are active when that sport is being played. And she watched that. So listen, to each their own. I hope people enjoy this thing. NBC already bought the rights for like the next generation. So
Correct.
It's fine.
Well, but think about it. The next Summer Olympics, and that's the big ratings draw, is the Summer Olympics. The next Summer Olympics is in LA. So obviously everything's going to be live in prime time and also during the day. I mean, NBC, and they're going to make a killing, big numbers. Yep. And we'll do well because host nations always do well. So if you think about it, Seth, this seems to be working in 2024. But the people that you're wondering about, really, you might as well fast forward to 2032. I mean, you might as well go forward to 8 years.
Right.
And think about where I mean, Seth, hell, I don't know if NBC is going to be in existence in 8 years. Right. I know Peacock will be, but I don't know if we're going to have 3-4 networks in 8 years. I know we're going to have streaming. I have no idea if we're going to have a place to watch it one spot in prime time.
You're right. I don't know. And I wonder, how much of this is for the linear. But you're going to see, the Richard Deitches of the world, the Austin Karp at Sports Business Journal, like they are going to be all over this to watch the metrics of who watched what and who's doing what. And it's interesting, but I don't have that vitriol. This isn't Comcast blackouts. You know what I mean? Like this is just, let's see what the trends are and see where the viewer goes.
Which ends tomorrow, by the way.
I heard, yeah.
Just curious, has there been an Olympic sport in the Gold Zone that you've watched that you went, ooh, this is something I'm interested in that you weren't before? Water polo, handball. Has there been a sport in the Gold Zone that's captivated you at all?
Like for Mark, it's curling. That was the sport 30 years ago that,
Yeah, and I love handball in the summer games. I think.
In the last 2 days, it's been tennis. The tennis is fascinating to me. Taylor Fritz and Coco Gauff are playing as teams. In the beginning of the Olympics, Carlos Alcaraz played with Rafael Nadal.
Yeah.
He literally looked like he was playing with his uncle. It was fantastic. The controversy with Coco, that was absolute BS. That was garbage. She got screwed. And so I've just been very but I'm always into tennis, and I've always been a tennis fan. I'm trying to think if there's like a random sport. I don't understand the 3-on-3 basketball. Why are there 2 basketballs? Why can't we just have the one basketball? And the one basketball, I will say this: I saw my first game with Victor Wembanyama, and I didn't know that it was him until they put a little close up of him. I have never seen him, and I didn't know what he looked like, and now I do.
Well, he's going to be around for at least 15 more years, so
That's
make sure
right.
you
He's
sear
great.
that in your mind. By the way, Seth, whole bunch of questions in our Twitch chat room. We don't have time to get to them, and it's all about stuff that has nothing to do with sports. Just so you know. So we have no idea if we're bringing people to Sports with Friends, but boy, apparently are they listening to Hall of Justice. So go.
This week they'll like it. Deadpool Wolverine. That's the Hall of Justice this week. I'm putting it together. It's pretty much this morning before I head to Philly to cover Arsenal Liverpool. But yeah, Hall of Justice is Deadpool Wolverine. It's great. It's really funny. It's really, really funny. And some of the sharpest writing you'll ever see, yet the flimsiest plot you'll ever see. CNBC's Alex Sherman was amazing on Sports with Friends. We talked a lot about this Olympic and Peacock. We did a lot on the NBA rights and the Warner Brothers angle of the whole thing. We talked a lot about streaming. We talked a lot about sports media. Very, very interesting podcast.
So there you have it. Sports with Friends, Hall of Justice. He is Seth Everett. Follow him on X at Seth_Everett.
Are you
10
guys
seconds.
watching the Pete Rose documentary on Max?
Have not started watching it yet.
It's a 4-parter. I get the executive producer either next week or the week after.
Oh, okay. Be interesting at this point if there could be anything new. But
He's
Seth,
in it. Well, here's what's new. He's in it, and they call him a liar.
well, okay. You have my
Better than the
attention.
Jeter documentary.
Miller and Moulton. He's Seth Everett. Thanks for listening. Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts, LSVs, scooters, and more. Come down and talk with one of our experienced sales reps, have a soda and a smile, and you could be cruising the streets in your new EV today. Stop by the store or visit our website at flgolfcarts.com and enter for a chance to win $100 off your next purchase by answering John's monthly sports question.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Yeah, they said, Sonny, that the river passed the whatever test that, yeah, whatever. Who knows if you could believe it. Sure, they just said, get them in there. We'll deal with the consequences afterwards. Bad golfer. I think it's gotten to the point where do we really trust authority to do what is right? Well, Sonny, you know there's an Aaron Brockovich in Paris. I mean, they walk around like that all the time.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Very fired up edition of Miller and Moulton on this hump day, final day of July. Thanks so much for being with us. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. So another solid poll question. It's the dominant topic of the show today. We just went away from it for a couple segments, but we're getting back to it. And Mark, our poll question is a dead heat.
This makes you so happy. There's nothing that excites David Moulton more than when a poll question is close to 50-50. Don't ask me why. I don't care if it's 90-10. We put the question up. You guys vote how you like. But if David feels the question's going the wrong way, it not only upsets him for the show, it can bring him down for the rest of the day. And he's got to travel today. So I am happy that while you're on your way to see the most insignificant football game that will ever be played until the next preseason game, you at least are in a good mood about the poll question.
I'm in a great mood about the poll question. And yes, if a poll question is less than 75-25, I feel like, well, this was a waste. This was a stupid question. We should have done better than this. We only have to come up with one question a day. Why couldn't we come up with something better? So that's number one. That's a little self-loathing that then happens. All right. But also this one, this is a little bit of my core here. All right. This one, the result, the final result is important to me. At this day and time, going forward in college football, what is more important to you? Beating your rival or making the playoff? And to me, the second that the majority of the fans in this sport are more worried about the playoff than their arch rival, then the sport has truly changed forever.
And David, if we're lucky enough to still be doing this show in a couple of years, I would imagine this poll question would change in its answer significantly.
Yes, I think that the playoff is going to become bigger and bigger and mean more and more. And I thought a comment in our first hour or so of the show in the Twitch chat room, Mark, I find to be very smart, in which the gentleman said, I think depending on the age of the respondent, the older person, the rivalry game will mean more. To the younger person, the playoff will mean more. So in theory, going forward, expanded playoff only going to get bigger. The concept of the playoffs only going to get bigger. You figure the playoffs, Mark, will gain in popularity every year, and the meaning of the rivalry game will lessen every year.
And part of that we've experienced, David. You even would get it on our show from former producers when you would start talking about the axe or the pig or the nail or the spittoon or whatever the hell they play for in the Big Ten.
For the record, there is no nail, there is no spittoon, there is an axe.
There is a spittoon.
A spittoon?
Yes.
They play for a spittoon?
Yeah, I believe the Indiana-Michigan State game is for a spittoon.
Oh, come on. Really? You guys, I mean, it's bad enough you did the whole land-grant game with Penn State. You guys decided you're playing for a spittoon? I mean, Minnesota plays for the little brown jug whenever they get to play Michigan, and every year they play for the axe and they play for Floyd the pig.
The old brass spittoon is what Michigan State and Indiana play for. They've been playing for it for quite some time.
I mean, Indiana and Purdue play for the wooden bucket, right? Golly, a spittoon trophy.
And I thought there was a nail somewhere that they're playing for some sort of nail, but I could be wrong.
All right, then I apologize, man. Big Ten.
It's not a Huck 2 type thing. It's a spittoon.
Man, they got more trophy games. They have almost as many trophy games as they have teams. Hey, I heard a great nickname yesterday. All right, what do you think of this? The Big Ten, instead, you call it the Big Rig. Because what's a big rig?
An 18-wheeler.
So what do you say? What do you say when you start calling the Big Ten the Big Rig?
Well, I mean, we all know that the playoffs were rigged last year.
Well done. Florida State fans like, yeah, Mark, keep going.
That was for them.
But I like it. You know, I mean, it's preposterous. I mean, we've got 18 teams. Why are we calling it the Big Ten? We own the rights to it. That's why. Or just, you know, the tradition.
It's tradition.
Right. You know, I will say, Miller and Moulton don't text each other that much once the show's done. Now, we've had to lately because, you know, we're in business together and we're trying to, well, you know, stay in business. All right. But otherwise.
And this will be just a quick side, but this in and of itself will be interesting because for as bad as things are, morale is pretty high with Miller and Moulton. We're working hard. We're accomplishing small goals. We have a big goal to get to in order to keep this show alive.
Right.
If we keep this show alive, if Miller and Moulton can maintain this level of morale, I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, it will shock Miller and Moulton if in 90 days we're still texting each other this much. All right, that is true. But there are things that and I will text Mark more than Mark will text me because I'm more verbose. All right, and Mark is kind of like, listen, I deal with you enough. All right, honestly, you're a handful.
Well, I'm intimidated because David, much like the show, when the texts come, there are 3 texts. They're very long. And I usually answer it with a sentence or less.
But Mark's, the text, he's got 2 or 3 topics that are his go-to. It doesn't matter where he is. He could be on vacation. He could literally be in Istanbul. All right. And if something were to appear on the Big Ten network involving like the 95 Cornhuskers when they weren't in the Big Ten. Okay. And so sure enough, the other day there was Tommy Frazier in 95 Nebraska. And so we start going back and forth. Wait till they start showing OJ Simpson and 68-69 USC. Okay. And the classic late 60s. Okay. Can't wait to see the Rodney Pete, Troy Aikman 88 USC UCLA game on, Big Ten highlights. Right. So those are the texts that I get from Mark. There's a little behind the curtain. Last week, Nebraska was profiled. Tom Osborne and the 95 Cornhuskers were profiled on
the Big Ten Network.
Right. That's Mark Mark could be about to have an intimate moment with his wife. He would stop and say, "Honey, sorry, I got to send Moulton a text."
I was out with 7 people when I sent that text. I was out having fun. I said, hang on a second. I got to send this text. I don't know if you guys are aware, but Nebraska's on the Big Ten Network right now.
When they weren't in the Big Ten for nearly another 15 years. Right. All right. We digress. So anyway, that's our topic. That's our poll question. That's what we're kicking around. What means more to you? Now, you got to put your college football hat on. Many of you are fans of both Saturdays and Sundays. You have to acknowledge you're different on Sundays than you are on Saturdays. You watch differently, you feel differently. So put your Saturday hat on. College football fan, what means more to you going forward? Beating your arch rival or making the playoff? No guarantee of success in the playoff. Just making it, or hell no, I got to beat so-and-so every year.
Canes fan, that means beating the Knowles and not making the playoff.
And remember, this is going forward, 12 and 14 team playoff. Your odds of making it are better. So that's our poll question. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further, because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts, LSVs, scooters, and more. Come down and talk with one of our experienced sales reps, have a soda and a smile, and you could be cruising the streets in your new EV today. Stop by the store or visit our website at flgolfcarts.com and enter for a chance to win $100 off your next purchase by answering John's monthly sports question.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Todd, have you noticed every jewelry store in town sounds like a broken record?
I do. We're all saying and claiming the same thing. Largest selection, lowest prices, non-commissioned sales team. It's the same tune over and over.
Exactly. It's just noise.
Jason and I aren't all talk. We walk the walk, brokering diamonds directly, giving you the best value on GIA certified diamonds.
That's right. We're not just selling jewelry. We're living and breathing it. It's our passion, and we're for real, not hired voices on the radio reading scripts.
Come explore our collection of GIA certified diamonds and diamond jewelry with our curated assortment of rare and exotic gemstones. Also, we're excited about our previously enjoyed Rolex timepieces, as well as our large estate jewelry collection.
Skip the noise and come feel the difference with your go-to guys for diamonds. Todd and I look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Mark Cuban, 66.
Really? I thought it was like 61.
Born in 58.
I'll be damned. I'm guessing he took some Botox.
Mm-hmm. I definitely would.
Heading to Cleveland today and then driving to Canton. I think the hotel's in Akron. I think I should probably look that up. Apparently it's about
Can you hit Four Masters up today and see if they can send you spots if you haven't already?
Mm-hmm. And I think we lost. I think our team got beat.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
22 minutes till the top of the hour, our final segment in Port Charlotte, Venice, Lake City. The Diamond District bonus hour awaits in the 239 and the 904 at the top of the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Final day of July. Hump day. We get over it together. Poll question. And, the college football season's close enough. I think we can start asking you college football poll questions. 24 days away from week 0 kicking off. 31 days away from week 1. Some terrific week 1 matchups, by the way. But so, college football fan, Here's the deal. Going forward, what's more important to you? Beating your rival or making the playoff? Can't do both in a season. Can't. You can only do one. Which one you picking?
The lobbying has not stopped from one David Moulton.
Nope.
He believes it is the soul of college football, and I don't think that he is wrong. I think, unfortunately, however, the premise of this question with every year that goes by will shift more towards the playoff than it will towards the rival.
Well,
and
I will say the way you worded it, Mark, sorry to interrupt, because I came up with the question, but you worded it, and you said going forward in college football. That's a key distinction also. Because you could have felt like, and we talked about this earlier in the show, I'm still waiting. Ohio State fan is answering saying the playoff. And my question is, when? When did you change your tune? Because come on now, you didn't feel this way 20 years ago. You didn't feel this way, and I don't know how old you are, but you didn't feel this way when Tressel took over. You didn't feel this way when Tressel was the coach. You didn't. You didn't. You lost national championship games in back-to-back years, and you were okay with it. You lived with it. Why? Well, we beat Michigan. We won the Big Ten. And they didn't even have a Big Ten championship game then, but you know what I mean. You were the best team in the conference, and you beat Michigan. So, okay, sucked to lose to Florida, sucked to lose to LSU, but I can live with this.
Have a friend of mine who's a Buckeye fan, has a place in northern Michigan. Next to his place in northern Michigan is a diehard Michigan fan. They have right where the properties line with one another, there's a flagpole. And the winner of the game gets to hang the flag for the year.
Yeah. I love it.
I can't imagine them putting a playoff flag up, if you know what I mean.
And remember, we're not saying a natty. We're just giving you a playoff spot. Now, you may think, well, we're going to, okay, if you're a certain fan of a certain team, maybe. But, there's a lot of layers to this. It depends on who your team is. But to me, the answer without hesitation from the beginning of time in this sport has always been, beat my arch rival. I mean, Mark, to give you an idea, and we just had Gary Danielson on, was it Monday? Was it late last week?
It was last week. I thought it was the day of our anniversary.
Okay. There you go, last Wednesday. And Gary said, listen, when I was growing up, all right, the dream, and he grew up in Michigan, if you didn't know, and went to Purdue. And he said, my dream was to not play in a Super Bowl. My dream was to play in a Rose Bowl. By the way, and he clearly said, not win the Rose Bowl. Okay, the dream was just to play in it. And so my whole life, I'm 58. My whole life, I've been convinced up until this point in time that was a stupid poll question to ask. That, of course, the answer was beat your rival. This is college sports. And maybe, Mark, it's part of the reason. I mean, obviously, my father and grandfather, mostly grandfather, being in the Army, the Army-Navy game has always meant a great deal to me. And now, lucky enough to be a part of the last 15, okay, I get very emotional at it. But the fact that's 365 days a year, they're training to protect our nation. And as they're training, they end every exercise with beat Army or beat Navy. I love the fact that that's what it's about to them. And then they go fight arm in arm together to protect our country. I absolutely love it.
But this will depend on the school. It will depend. To me, I'm surprised the vote's not a little more in your favor because I think so many teams don't have a shot at winning the Natty. And I know you didn't put Natty in there, but people can't think playoff without winning the playoff. And to me, I look at it for most of the schools, can you just get to the playoff? It's stacked against you to ever make it. Just the way it was stacked against you to make a Rose Bowl or a Sugar Bowl if you weren't the right team in those conferences.
But obviously it was possible. Northwestern went to a Rose Bowl. Wisconsin has gone to what, 3, 4 Rose Bowls? I mean, Illinois got to one because of the BCS, and Ohio State played for the Natty. So the Big Ten had to send somebody. So they sent, Illinois. But you know what we're getting at here. I mean, didn't Purdue go to a Rose Bowl? Did Breeze and Purdue go to one? No? I might have dreamt that.
Don't think so.
Okay. I know they were seriously contending for one year. But I thought they did. So, but we know. I mean, Michigan, Minnesota hasn't been in the Rose Bowl, I think, since the early 60s. I mean, we all know. Mark, your 79 team went, and then you guys didn't go back to the big game. What, 79, like 87, and then you went long time?
79, they were on probation. They didn't go.
Oh, so you can go. Yeah, I guess 01 Breeze took Purdue to the Rose Bowl.
All right, someone beat me to it. I was trying to look that up there quickly.
But I get it. We've talked about this many times. You got different tiers of teams, and so maybe you feel differently, but come on now. It's when the season starts, how many times did you say we could go 1 and whatever as long as the 1 is blank?
David, that's been my motto most years. I look back at that botched kick by Harbaugh as one of my favorite Michigan State moments of all time. There's not a time that I see it and hear Sean McDonough's voice crack that I don't get an ear-to-ear grin and laugh hysterically about the one that we never should have had.
So that's the question. Mark did put at the beginning of the question, though, going forward and beginning this season, college football is changing forever. We're going to go to 12. And then by 2026, we're going to 14. And we could place a little side bet right now. How long do you think till it takes us to go to 16?
And we don't think it's very long because it's going to 14, so 2 more teams get home games. And how much longer are the 1 and 2 seeds going to say and sit by when millions of dollars are coming to their towns?
Now, I will say 14 is the same number as the NFL, and goodness knows college football is looking more and more like the NFL, which is kind of at the guts of this question. To me, if you answer the playoff, and once again, there's nothing wrong with that.
Are you sure?
Yeah, there is.
Are you sure?
There is, because if you think about it, in all of your professional sports fandom, it's about making the playoffs. You have a team that you hate the most, but it's about making the playoffs and doing some damage in the playoffs. And so I can understand with college sports seeming to be more and more professional.
In every way, shape, and form.
Right.
Literally read an article yesterday in which so-and-so's the quarterback. They brought so-and-so and paid so-and-so to be the quarterback. It wasn't about Kirk Cousins. It was about a college quarterback.
I mean, Ohio State did outspend some NFL franchises this offseason. I think Ole Miss may have also. I mean, it's not just Columbus. But so I get it. I do. I guess I'm trying, Mark, to hold off the Avalanche. I'm trying to see for how long, because also, and I've only brought this up once earlier and I did it in passing. bear with me here. And I know, oh, it's not going to happen. Yeah, it could happen really quickly, actually. Think about what has happened in recent years. Once the rivalry game doesn't mean anything close to what the rivalry game used to mean, with all of the unbalanced scheduling that we have, if you, Ohio State and Michigan fan, are telling me before the season starts, the most important thing is to make the playoff, well, then why do you have to play every year? I'm Tony Petitti. I'm running a Big Ten. Everybody wants you on their schedule. Everybody wants a game. I got 3 TV networks that are like, remember, okay, only Fox airs Ohio State, Michigan. You think CBS and NBC would mind if they didn't play each other? They don't get the game anyway. See, that's the other part of this. If the rivalry games aren't going to mean as much, then why do you have to keep playing them? And don't tell me, oh, it'll never go away. Really? Oklahoma, Nebraska. We can go. Want to go down the list? Texas A&M, Pitt, Penn State, Oklahoma, Nebraska. How many of these we want to do? The Oregon and Washington schools are going to stop playing each other. Okay. Lincoln Riley is openly petitioning for USC to stop playing Notre Dame. Don't tell me your rivalry game can't go away. Don't tell me your state legislature may not have to get involved to save your rivalry game. And that's real. That's the next step, Mark.
The only thing that I would say to throw a wrench in that, David, is that we have very much publicized on this show what college football is and what sports are. They're a television show. And the reason a lot of these rivalry games will not go away, and I understand where you're coming from, David, and I don't think I do think you're wrong. Because the TV networks control what games are going to be played, and Ohio State and Michigan will always rate. So the game's always going to be played.
It's the highest, for the last few years, it's the highest rated game in the regular season in the country.
The Iron Bowl always rates. These games draw huge numbers during the regular season, and networks are paying billions of dollars to air these games, so I don't think they ever go away. That's all. Unless all 3 networks have an equal say, and they don't, in the Big Ten's case, Fox has the greatest say, that game will stay. Now, those are the biggest rivalry games. To some of the other games, that's where the problem comes. To the lesser games. The arch rival stays. But in the case of a school like Minnesota, where they have 3 rivalry games, I don't know if they can keep all 3 every year.
By the way, how did Ohio State and Michigan fans and the programs handle not playing in 2020? I mean, last minute, Michigan's got COVID, can't play. Did they say, oh, no. We'll just tell us when you're healthy. We'll play this sucker December 14th. No. We got to play. Nothing. Just tell us when you're ready to play. We'll play. Or did they go, oh, man, that's a bummer. I guess we'll see you next year. Help me out. How'd that go? Exactly.
Very unusual circumstances.
Yeah, well. So's Texas and Oklahoma not playing each other. I'm just saying. I mean, we get unbalanced scheduling, which is what we have. Don't tell me you can't not play. You didn't play 4 years ago. Everything seems to be fine. Life went on, right? Miller and Moulton. Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X.
Located on the East Trail, locally owned Naples Tiki Bar and Grill is an outdoor eatery next to the Hitching Post Shopping Center. Island-inspired food with a true tiki theme. The best place in Naples to enjoy the beautiful weather in Southwest Florida. The Naples Tiki Bar and Grill offers a great menu for dine-in or takeout. Enjoy our famous pulled pork, huge burgers, and tiki bar cocktails. Don't miss happy hour every day from 3 to 6 and live music 7 days a week. See you soon at the Naples Tiki Bar and Grill, 11498 Tamiami Trail East.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Todd, have you noticed every jewelry store in town sounds like a broken record?
I do. We're all saying and claiming the same thing. Largest selection, lowest prices, non-commissioned sales team. It's the same tune over and over.
Exactly. It's just noise.
Jason and I aren't all talk. We walk the walk, brokering diamonds directly, giving you the best value on GIA certified diamonds.
That's right. We're not just selling jewelry. We're living and breathing it. It's our passion, and we're for real, not hired voices on the radio reading scripts.
Come explore our collection of GIA certified diamonds and diamond jewelry with our curated assortment of rare and exotic gemstones. Also, we're excited about our previously enjoyed Rolex timepieces, as well as our large estate jewelry collection.
Skip the noise and come feel the difference with your go-to guys for diamonds. Todd and I look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
I think it's going to make for more plays at the end of games, J. Null. and the 2-minute warning. As for coaches being able to talk to the quarterback, I don't know. I haven't thought about that. New podcast thumbnail logo looks great. Whose?
Ours, probably.
Oh, cool. As you can tell, I have a lot to do with that.
Hopefully I can get it up today. And I mean the podcast.
But you know,
David, this clock is a little weird right now. We may open dry here. I don't think we usually it starts right, but just be prepared if I'll just go, I guess.
You could just point.
You don't hear the music here in 18 seconds. I'll be pointing.
Got it, Trent.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this hump day, the final day of July. It is the Diamond District bonus hour, after all, in the 239 and the 904. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. A poll question that goes a little deeper than normal. Going forward in college football, you college football fans, what's most important? Winning the rivalry game, making the playoff. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. Vote accordingly. Very tight vote, going back and forth. Playoff was winning, then it was tied. Then rival was winning, then it was tied. I like it. A little back and forth we go. Curious when the show's over and people can still vote.
Without you lobbying as hard as you've lobbied the show, you have worked hard. I feel like you've put in the time and the effort to get this vote on your side, and yet it is just hovering at that 50-50 mark.
I am pounding the pavement for ethanol here, aren't I?
Yes.
And the problem is I'm going to be flying today. There's going to be two, periods of time where I can't effectively lobby on X.
Somehow I see this poll question being reposted 4 or 5 times by Moulton during the day going, come on, It's rivalries, people.
Exactly. I am lobbying for a 1-vote win today. It's dead tied right now. 50-50. Loving it. But it's actually an important question to answer. I mean, it really is. If I'm an AD, I'm interested in the answer to the question. If I'm a conference commissioner, I'm interested in the answer to the question. If I'm a network TV executive, I'm very interested in how you guys feel. It's fairly important.
Well, I think the other thing that's dawned on me in doing this today, David, is that there are a lot of teams out there that are big-time college football programs that I don't know if you apply arch rival to. Penn State, who's their arch rival?
I have no idea. I know who it was. I know who it should be. Should be Pitt.
I mean, I'm guessing A&M's is Texas, but Texas is Oklahoma. Or is it?
See, they'll say Oklahoma to dig at A&M some more, but That's an interesting. A couple of Longhorn people in my life. I'll reach out to them and go, "Come on now." To just be brutally honest, I won't. I won't tell anybody.
But like UCF, who's their arch rival? We have a lot of UCF fans that are in our audience. They had one.
It's still them. I really think. Come on, they can't get as fired up, especially these first couple years, Mark, where they're working their way up the Big 12 pecking order. I mean, come on, are they really going to get that fired up? I mean, Dion and Colorado come to town. That'll be fun. That'll be great. Come on, I mean Utah. I mean, who's their closest geographic rival? For goodness sake, is it Houston? Cincinnati, West Virginia. I mean, that's another reason why, I get it. You want to make South Florida pay for a couple years. I totally get it. You're working your way up the Big 12 ladder. I get it. I got to get them on the schedule, man. My fan base gets totally fired up over that game.
We talked about who Nebraska's biggest rival is. I mean, there's part of me, I know how big they are, but there are schools that have lost their rivals, and are they the same? Like, is Nebraska the same without Oklahoma? They haven't been.
No, they haven't. Does one have anything to do with the other? But it is interesting if you're a Cornhusker fan out there. So is it now Iowa? I mean, seriously. So now what's the game that you circle every year? We got to win this game.
Who's the game Iowa circles every year?
Is it State? I'm curious. I mean, they're a border rival with a few schools, but
play for a bunch of silly trophies.
They do play for Floyd, the pig. They do with the Gophers. I got to believe it's Iowa State. I mean, they play every year. It's in state. I mean, how is it not Iowa State? I mean, you don't keep playing. With the way college football and college sports has changed, Mark, if that game's not your most important game, don't you stop scheduling it? I mean, why keep playing them?
One, if it's not your biggest game, it doesn't have to be, but it's a good game on their schedule.
It is, and it's early, but also it's not like the game's at home every year. I mean, you're agreeing to a home and home with a non-conference school?
Which most everybody does. That's not in the SEC. I mean, the fact that the SEC is playing all these road games early is amazing.
It is. LSU, USC, where's that? Vegas? Bama's going to Wisconsin?
Texas goes to Michigan?
Yeah. I think this is awesome, by the way. Hope this continues. But still haven't gotten the answer, by the way, Florida fan. Is it Georgia or is it the Noles? I mean, I think it's the Noles. I don't think you want to admit it. I think it's the Noles. I don't think you hate Georgia as much as you hate Florida State. Mark, you couldn't break the tie. You said for the first 7-8 years that we did a show together that you, as a Michigan State fan, you hated Michigan and you hated Notre Dame.
Right.
And you could never break the tie. And I tried to get you to break the tie the whole time I knew you. We went to the 2012 National Championship game, Alabama and Notre Dame. And midway through the first quarter, totally unprompted, I don't even think I was talking to you for a 2-3 minute stretch.
Nope, we were just watching the game, David.
You stood up in the upper deck end zone, which is where the secondary media press area was. You stood up at it, turned around, looking down at me and said what?
I hate Notre Dame more.
And I said, what finally made you come to that conclusion? And you said, I've been staring at the uniforms for 20 minutes. I hate them more. And I go, so for the record, going forward, you hate Notre Dame than Michigan.
And by
you
the
haven't
way,
changed.
as much as I hate both of them, love both of their fight songs, love both of their uniforms, and love both of their tradition. I do.
And respect the hell out of both universities
both.
also. Right.
Right.
Just desperately want to beat them in football. A 2-10
miss not
season.
Playing Notre Dame. I mean, miss not playing Notre Dame every year.
So that maybe answer it that way. You know, instead of thinking, well, I'm not quite sure if I can break the tie. Well, think about it. Who do you hate more? I mean,
Who do you hate more?
That's your arch rival. And I will say, as you get older, like Mark, I can't believe I'm going to say this out loud into a microphone. I don't even know if I hate the New York Islanders anymore.
Excuse me?
It's close. All right, it is. And maybe
that's changed because when we did a show from Sunrise, I think we still doing afternoons at that point.
Yes, we were. I think it was 2014.
And we were doing a show, and then we took in a game, a Panthers game. They had a new marketing president, something like that, who I had known, and he invited us over. We did the show there, and I was desperately trying to get Dennis Potvin to come sit down with us and do an interview. And David told me that he would get up and walk away.
Right.
You're on your own. I can't do it.
Right. I was in my late 40s at the time. Right. Married, teenage daughter, supposedly a fairly well-adjusted person. Fairly mature, not completely. Right. And I looked right at him and I go, you may have to do that segment alone. I
hate them and I hate him.
Yes. Because at some point I may look right at him and I go, you do know you suck, right? Even though I know the hit on Ulf Nielsen wasn't you caught a bad break. He caught an edge and went into the boards, but you were there and you got blamed for it. So and at the time it was 35 years. The hit was 35 years old. And to Rangers fans, Dennis Potvin has sucked, and the chant began, Potvin sucks, Potvin sucks. And we did that every time he touched the puck for the final 10 years of his career. Potvin sucked. Right. But, I mean, that's how you mellow. You get older, you mellow.
Which is why the playoffs should inevitably win this vote.
I know.
Because the older fan doesn't have the angst they once did, and we're at least of the opinion that the younger fan doesn't hate the rival the way that we hated the rival 20 and 30 years ago.
Mark, here's what I have to count on, though. I have to count on, there's a lot of anger out there. We're a very angry society, and us in talk radio aren't helping to diffuse the situation any. And so I have to count on that anger and a bunch of people just not happy with their lives. I have to count on that to win this poll question. Where the angst towards their rival, that's what I need. I mean, Sonny in our Twitch chat room just said, as a Cincinnati Reds fan, I don't hate the Dodgers anymore. Now, once again, that could be because you're not in the same division. And for the longest time, you were both in the West together. You had to go through each other.
The hatred's still there. But team success is more important. And now that we've expanded this playoff, an opportunity to play in the last game, even though we've said no guarantees, that's the way, the mentality of people. Hey, if I get in, just got to get into this sucker.
Does the Ole Miss fan really think if they get in the playoff, they're winning it? I mean, they never have qualified for an SEC championship game. Do they really think they're winning a natty? Meanwhile, you play Mississippi State every year. Come on. Miller and Moulton.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. District.
Todd, have you noticed every jewelry store in town sounds like a broken record?
I do. We're all saying and claiming the same thing. Largest selection, lowest prices, non-commissioned sales team. It's the same tune over and over.
Exactly. It's just noise.
Jason and I aren't all talk. We walk the walk, brokering diamonds directly, giving you the best value on GIA certified diamonds.
That's right. We're not just selling jewelry. We're living and breathing it. It's our passion, and we're for real, not hired voices on the radio reading scripts.
Come explore our collection of GIA certified diamonds and diamond jewelry with our curated assortment of rare and exotic gemstones. Also, we're excited about our previously enjoyed Rolex timepieces, as well as our large estate jewelry collection.
Skip the noise and come feel the difference with your go-to guys for diamonds. Todd and I look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Exactly, Ken, a relief.
So I sent the poll question to my kid. He just answered me. Rick Dara, I'd say beating rivals. Now it's playoffs or bust.
Okay. Would love a couple years down the road for Georgia to lose to Florida, make the playoff, go out early, and talk to a Georgia fan and go, so, successful season? 10-2, didn't make the SEC title game, and go out in the first round of the playoff, losing a 7-10 game. What do you say, 10-3 season?
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today was the day when. Some final thoughts, a pick or two, all coming up in a little more than 15 minutes as the Diamond District bonus hour continues in the 239 and the 904. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Put your college football fandom hat on when you answer our poll question. Not your pro fandom hat on, your college football hat on. And answer the question going forward, what means more to you? Beating your rival or making the playoff? 12 teams for the next 2 years, 14 team beginning in the 2026 season. And we believe at some point thereafter it'll get to 16. But basically the professionalization of college sports. Are you going to switch? Because we assume most of you have always been about beating your rival. Are you going to start looking at college the way you look at pro sports? Or no. It's different. I hate them. Hate them. We have to beat them. I don't care about anything else.
Canes fan. You make the playoff this year. You get bounced, but you lose to Florida State. Because there's no guarantees when you're in the playoff you're going to do anything.
No, remember, we just worded it as making the playoffs. Now, I know many of you, we make the playoffs. Okay. Guess what? You can lose, I mean, you really can. In fact, all but one of you is going to lose. So.
And, a long time ago, before we had the BCS, there were a lot of teams that ended the season on a high note. You won a Rose Bowl. You won a Sugar Bowl. Maybe you didn't win a Natty, but you won your conference. You won your bowl game. That's a hell of a year. We've eliminated all of that. There's one winner now. No more paper champions. No more going undefeated and claiming a national championship. No. You'll get your shot, but only one of you gets to dance with the trophy.
So that's our poll question. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. Vote accordingly. Been a very close vote. Very close vote. So I'm in the beat the arch rival. That's why Saturdays are different than Sundays. And I'll probably be that way for the rest of my fandom. I don't think I will come around to playoff or bust, if you know what I mean. I will wear a different hat on Saturdays than I wear on Sundays. I feel I'll be able to pull that off, Mark. I don't think I'll change.
And we're weird. We're probably the only two guys in Florida that say, we like Florida, we like Florida State, we like Miami, we like them all damn pretty much equally.
That's what
we
happens.
have things about all of them that we absolutely love.
Yes. Love. Love. We really do. I mean, I got to admit, I think it's nuts for Billy Napier, but Florida's schedule this year is amazing. Amazing. I wish they had a 14-game schedule so that it wasn't as brutal as it is. But the fact that Florida is playing Florida State, Miami, and UCF, honestly, I cannot stand up and give them an ovation loud enough and long enough. I can't. I think it's amazing.
We think it's, you know.
Oh, it's trying to ruin Billy Napier's career and life. And it will help you not have the season that maybe you could have. But just imagine, say you go 8-4. Say you go 8-4, but you go WWW with the three teams we just mentioned. Only one's your arch rival, but Florida State, Miami, UCF. Boom, boom, boom. You're the state champion.
You get an undisputed state championship this year.
Yep. 8-4, though, not making the playoff. Come on. This isn't a really good year?
Gator fan, you're not signing up for that right now?
And I know you want one of the 8 to be Georgia. Nope, we're not going there.
Nope.
But
we're giving you the Knowles.
We're giving Come on now. By the way, that would be in Tallahassee. Johnny just said 8-4 with this schedule. You're giving me those 3 W's? Where do I sign? Okay. Because come on, deep down, you know the Florida State game's the game to circle. It is. It's more than the Georgia game. You circle the Florida State game. Be honest.
And I don't know if that was always the case, but it has been for a generation. Because for a long time you were dominating Georgia, now they're dominating you. But sometime in the 90s, that Florida State game took it to another level.
Mm-hmm. I will say, I've heard some Canes fans, and Joe Sagacki said it on our show last week also, in which he goes, man, really wish there's a way Miami and Florida could play every year. He goes, there's something to that game. You know, the Florida State game's our biggest game, but rivals, but you know what? There's just a touch of respect between Miami and Florida State, and Miami and Florida don't have that touch.
Well, I don't think Florida and Florida State have it either.
No, I agree with you. But the few times that Miami and Florida have played, it's been like, wow, I didn't realize you guys dislike each other like this. In fact, how in the world do you dislike each other this much? You hardly play.
And nothing like 130 degrees at kickoff to stir up emotions.
It's true. They're never playing late in the year. You know, they played a few bowl games. You know, they met in a Sugar Bowl or two. But anyway, that's the poll question. And This sport's changing this year, and it never going back. I mean, they went from 4 to 12. They're going to 14 in 2 years. It's a totally different sport. I mean, it is. Come on, the sport's being professionalized. Playoff format. We're paying athletes out in the open.
Free agency. Transfer portal.
Right. I mean,
it is pro football.
Yeah. The only
Every bit of it. Everything about it.
Yeah,
now the only real difference is 1 foot and 2 foot. That's really it.
The hash marks, 1 foot and 2 foot,
and the kickoff.
And the kickoff and where the games are played. Most of them are played in small college towns compared to, pros are the biggest cities in the state. Yep.
Maybe your school will be the one that has an onside kick that isn't announced. And you can say, hey, see how we're different?
Just, it's so sad. It's so sad. But you have to. I mean, hell, they got the guys lining up 40 yards downfield.
I understand.
You can't have a kicker kick it to himself. Although that would be something, okay, if you still have an onside kick, and the return team would have to have one guy near the kicker. And then it's just a matter of, could you squib it to yourself before the other guy fields it?
Look like a rugby scrum.
Really would. Hey, we're now good at that, though. We're medalists in everything.
Well, on the women's side. Did you see the one gal we had?
Yes.
They referred to her as Lady Grunk. She was running people over.
Yes. She looked like Larry Zonka back in the day, I got to be honest.
Damn right.
I mean, and including the nose. Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further, because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts, LSVs, scooters, and more. Come down and talk with one of our experienced sales reps, have a soda and a smile, and you could be cruising the streets in your new EV today. Stop by the store or visit our website at flgolfcarts.com and enter for a chance to win $100 off your next purchase by answering John's monthly sports question.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Oh, I don't like the fact that our text line got taken down today. All set to get that all ready for tomorrow. We're going to have to hammer the new thing all day tomorrow.
Maybe even should we run a promo? Just a quick 30-second promo. Hey, as part of the changes. Okay. Or should we just do it on the air?
Just do it on the air.
Okay.
I've had 3 listeners give me a bunch of leads that they say people want us to contact. None of the people I've contacted have gotten back to me, which is frustrating.
Okay.
And I appreciate the listeners who have given me the leads. Do not
Sure.
get me wrong. It's amazing. So if any of you are listening, I am not at all saying anything derogatory towards you trying to help us. We are unbelievably thankful for all the help you've given us.
Yeah, Irish, I would have gone with Bowden. His flexibility and his longevity. Now, for one game, I would have taken Urban, even over Steve, for one game. I would have taken Urban for one game. Tim, appreciate your support. That's enough. Hell, you get frustrated with class this year. Just, treat it like you're a sub. Just put us on the iPad, hang out. Take a picture of it for us and send it to us.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Just make the kids listen.
Exactly. Oh, that's that show my dad
Looks
listens
like there
to.
will be, Tim. Hopefully, if we have everything ready to announce that tomorrow, you can actually sign up for it. I'll give you guys the hidden. I don't have the link. So it should be up on the webpage at some point today.
August 20th, by the way. Fantasy football extravaganza event with Dr. Roto, August 20th. Beginning tomorrow, you'll be able to sign up. Ah, nice, Tim. Nice. Glad it didn't come back to haunt you. Great. Should be in the Hall of Fame. We'll never get there.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour, 16 until we're done talking. Final segment of the show and of July for Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. I'm heading on the road a few hours after the show for one of the more meaningless things to be televised in sports. Preseason NFL. Man. Tell you.
Hello, Cleveland.
Oh, boy. I don't know if the Texans have announced it officially, but Bears have. They're not playing anybody, not even Caleb Williams. I would have thought they would have taken the opportunity. They got the extra game this year. They have 4 preseason games. I would have thought, I don't know, a couple series. They spent a lot of money on some wide receivers, drafted Caleb. I don't know. And if Houston's not going to play their ones, great. Let's do it against the other guys' twos. You should be able to do pretty well. Nope. No interest.
None at all.
Okay. But I think, Mark, I don't know if it's Akron. I don't know if it's technically Cuyahoga Falls or Cuyahoga. Cuyahoga, my apologies. So anyway, that's where the hotel is. So that's where I'll be the next couple days. So, and I have a feeling that this is not going to be quite like what we normally stay in. I could disturb the neighbors the next couple of mornings.
You're at an Inn and Suites, basically, is what you're telling me.
Yeah, I think it's a Sheraton. So yeah, I think we could get a knock on the door one of the next 2 days for sure.
It's time for someone to take back this segment, if for no other reason than to stop David from talking about Meghan and Harry. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
I got to tell you, this is a really uneventful day. I struggled to find damn near anything for today, but I've got a couple, and I got to relook one up here. Because this to me was just an interesting factoid. Today in 72, Dick Allen becomes only the 7th MLB player to hit 2 inside the park home runs in a game. He hit them both off of Bert Blyleven.
Oh man, I wish I knew. Could have called Bert be home by 11.
Hoffa disappeared today in 75. Michael Phelps won his 19th medal, becoming the greatest Olympian medal holder ever today in 2012. Katie Ledecky in 2021 wins the 800 for the 3rd consecutive time, unprecedented in that event. For you, David, Kurt Gowdy would have celebrated a birthday today, as would have Kevin Green.
That's who I wanted to be.
Bill Callahan, 68. Mark Cuban is 66. I would have guessed a lot younger.
Yeah, the Botox is working well for Cuban.
Andre Ware is 56. Jonathan Ogden is 50. Evgeny Malkin is 38. And racer Kyle Larson's 32. What did I miss, David?
Well, I don't know if you missed anything, but I have a question. It's been 15 years since we last saw him. Have you seen a bigger human being than Jonathan Ogden since?
I would have to have him side by side. But since then, either before or after, I know I went to a wrestling event at Hertz and saw the Big Show. The Big Show is as close to as a large man as Ogden. Ogden's being that close to Jonathan Ogden, I've never seen a bigger human.
Jonathan Ogden reminds me of the Gators that sometimes you see. And then whatever, you're on a golf cart or whatever the deal is, and you look at the gator and go, man, that's a big gator. And you go past the gator and you look back, just making sure the gator's not coming after you. And there's a whole other gator on the side of the gator that you didn't see the first time. That's how big Jonathan Ogden is. He's like the Mac Daddy.
He's a human eclipse.
Unbelievable.
We've told the story before, but when we saw him, we had just got done interviewing Joe Theismann, Radio Row on a Super Bowl. And they knew one another. And Ogden and Theismann embraced one another. And Joe disappeared.
He did. We're like, wait, I thought Joe Theismann was just next to Jonathan Ogden. What happened? No, like we walked like 10 feet. We're like, wait, where did Joe go? We thought it was like a magic trick. Like somebody made him disappear. And then we went about 10 feet and we're like, oh no, he's still there. Jonathan's just still hugging him. Holy mackerel.
And Theismann's not small.
No, right. I mean, he's smaller now, but not then.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, he's not big. I mean, he's not like
no.
6'4", but he's right. He's not wasn't 150 pounds or anything. Anyway, so when you mentioned Jonathan Ogden, I still, by the way, I have not seen anybody. I will say he's not as wide, but he's in the area code. Artis Gilmore is because he's taller than Ogden, and very few people are taller than Ogden, who I think was 6'8", and Artis is 7'2".
Well, you're not doing Gator games anymore because you're now doing Big Ten games. But that lineman the Gators had that 400-pound kid that's a pretty big human.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'll miss him. But don't worry. There's got to be somebody, like in Iowa, eating corn, who's got to be as big. I mean, come on.
You've heard folks elsewhere mock Florida is gonna Florida. Well, Mark Miller sees it differently. He calls it the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
We go to Texas for the good and what could have been a tragic ugly. 2 Oklahoma residents were rescued by the Coast Guard after being trapped in the ocean for 36 hours. They went missing scuba diving off of a Texas beach. Severe weather struck. The pair vanished from sight. U.S. Department of Homeland Security, the Coast Guard helicopter and boat crews launched an extensive search operation covering nearly 1,700 square miles of ocean. The divers were spotted. The search lasted more than 36 hours, concluded with the pair being safely transported to a Coast Guard station. Absolutely amazing.
Yeah, it is.
For the bad, we go to Naples, where John Mara was arrested for burglarizing upscale apartments in East Naples.
The owner of the Giants?
I was waiting for that. He found an unlocked unit and ransacked the place. He threw the items he wanted off a balcony into the bushes. He tried to steal a Louis Vuitton purse, jewelry, a children's bike, laxatives, Mentos gum, and peanut butter.
That's an interesting collection.
No word on whether there was a Saquon Barkley inside the apartment as well.
Thank you.
Finally, we go to Pennsylvania for the ugly, where Devin Yake was arrested on his motorcycle while driving with a large pit bull on his lap. He was driving carelessly, failing to use turn signals. And then when pulled over with the pit bull on his lap, he had drugs in his sock.
Oh, I hate when that happens.
A little weed and some meth. He was determined to be under the influence of some of those drugs and was arrested and transported to the Lancaster County Prison. Turns out the dog was a very friendly pit bull. And that is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, July the 31st, 2024.
Well, we've got a lot of day baseball. I know we got the Olympics going on, obviously, which you can watch. But we have a lot of day baseball also. The Marlins and Rays are playing a mighty nooner at the Trop. I mean, heck, you can go to it if you're listening, or at least in the 239. Yankees and Phillies moved their game up to 12:30 because they got a big international friendly going on at the other end of the parking lot at Lincoln Financial there. So they're going to get the Phillies fans, although half of them last night were Yankee fans, they're going to get them out of the parking lot by 3:30, 4 o'clock so that the hooligans can show up. But Twins Mets 1 o'clock, Toronto Baltimore 12:30, Braves Brewers at 2. Can the White Sox lose 17 in a row? Come on. Yeah, Mark, come on. We got Drew Thorpe going on the hill with an ERA just under 5. I mean, come on. You sure Drew can't get us a win?
I'm not sure, but I'm not betting on a team that wins one of every 4 games. Less than one of every 4 games in baseball.
But they've lost 16 in a row.
I got you. They're due. There's no doubt.
I mean, you're almost getting plus 200, for goodness sakes. So, anyway, I just want to throw this out there. Padres are 5.5 behind the Dodgers. And I know the Dodgers just made a bunch of moves for reinforcements and what have you, but San Diego has loaded up here. San Diego also can play 6-inning baseball. They have 3 relievers now. Okay, I'll give their general manager credit. He determined that the market to get a big-time reliever was far less than the market to get a big-time starter. So he had 1 reliever, and he said, I'll go buy 2 relievers, and we'll try to win games that way. So the Padres, Mark, can play a lot of 6-inning baseball and just be lights out the final 9 outs of games going forward. They're 5.5 back of the Dodgers, who are supposed to, mookie bets maybe in a week or whatever, But, I mean, by the way, it just came out. Jack Flaherty, the Tigers pitcher who got traded to the Dodgers, apparently was going to the Yankees. And the Yankees backed out of the deal over his back condition because he's received 2 shots in his back this year while with the Tigers, 1 like 4 weeks ago. Apparently it was a done deal, and the Yankees backed out, and they turned around and flipped them to the Dodgers.
And they gave one pretty good the Dodgers gave one pretty good prospect, one AAA guy that might be able to play next year, but a catcher, switch-hitting catcher that's a pretty good prospect went in that deal as well.
In the Olympics, Ledecky swimming, I think twice, got U.S. men's basketball. I thought the line was 30 against South Sudan. I mean, 2 weeks ago when we nearly lost to them, it was like 43.5. Thought I saw the line at 30.5. We beat Jokic and Serbia by 26. Jason Tatum will play tonight. Now I'm just fascinated going forward. Who are the 2 guys he's going to sit out every game?
29.5 it's at right now, David.
Okay.
Do we play it?
Come on, they're going to win by 30. First off, Jason Tatum, he's going to play Tatum 25 or more minutes.
We just laid 29.5.
I know. We laid it against South Sudan, though.
I know.
Now, granted, I don't know how many of the guys are actually from the South Sudan, but, Olympic qualifying, they get to represent them. Embiid, by the way, questioned by the French media about, hey, playing for the Americans. And he looked right at him and said, I'm an American. Mark, I have to admit, it's tough to do the follow-up question after that.
There's no doubt. And it was the perfect answer. It's to say, I got a little excited, even though you knew the U.S. women were going to win gold in gymnastics, to see them immediately want to grab the flag, hold the flag, take pictures with the flag and their medals. It was, some of the moments in the Olympics that I'll remember, that would be at the top of my list.
So a lot going on today. Obviously, you can watch it all day. A couple cable channels and, Peacock.
The Gold Zone, David.
I've heard it's a bit frenetic.
It has been to me. It is they could take a breath and give you more of an event instead of jumping as quickly as they do.
I will say Bud Elliott on X yesterday said he thinks it would work great for the Big 12. And he was being serious. He goes, I don't think it'll work in the SEC, too many blowouts, but I actually think it would be great in the Big 12 because he thinks it'll be a pretty balanced conference most years. Interesting. Your TV network, you willing to have Big 12 zone? Maybe get people to flip off their games during commercials, watch it for a couple minutes. We'll see you tomorrow.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Todd, have you noticed every jewelry store in town sounds like a broken record?
I do. We're all saying and claiming the same thing. Largest selection, lowest prices, non-commissioned sales team. It's the same tune over and over.
Exactly. It's just noise.
Jason and I aren't all talk. We walk the walk, brokering diamonds directly, giving you the best value on GIA certified diamonds.
That's right. We're not just selling jewelry. We're living and breathing it. It's our passion, and we're for real, not hired voices on the radio reading scripts.
Come explore our collection of GIA certified diamonds and diamond jewelry with our curated assortment of rare and exotic gemstones. Also, we're excited about our previously enjoyed Rolex timepieces, as well as our large estate jewelry collection.
Skip the noise and come feel the difference with your go-to guys for diamonds. Todd and I look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
The waterways of Naples are a beauty to behold, and the Bayfront Inn has multiple ways for guests to enjoy the water and have some fun. Gather your family and friends and enjoy a leisurely day on the water with a pontoon or deck boat. If you prefer to explore the waterways without a motor, the Bayfront has canoes, standboards, and kayaks. At the end of your journey, enjoy lunch or dinner at the Bamboo Tropical Bar and Grill. The Bayfront Inn. Something for everyone. On 5th Avenue in Naples.
You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.